Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Well, would you look at this? Welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. It has been too long, my friends. It's been a while. I'm your host, the AWOL, the MIA, formerly, Dagan Moriarty. It's nice to be back with you guys. It's nice to be with everybody. Look at this team I have today. This is the team I want to come back to. Comfort. This is just, it's comfortable. It's cozy. I love these three. I love everybody, but I love these three. It's good to be with everybody. And listen, it's good to be with anybody. I've been sequestered in my studio here, animating families at the beach. I don't see anybody. So it's nice to see anybody, but it's nice especially to see these three smiling faces. I got to shake off the rust. It's been a while for me with the podcast, but it's nice to be back in the chair and listen. Let's not even waste any more time. Let's get right into it. I'm eager to get back into it. It's nice to be in the podcasting seat again. Is it nice to be in the hosting seat again? I'll let you guys decide. Let's toss it around to the fam over here. Throw it around the horn. I want to start with my man in Jersey City. The best. True Blue. Lord Cognito, everybody. What's up, Cog?
Doing good. Apologies for the fire department. They're right on cue. So I'm like, damn, as soon as I'm about to be introed, here they come. But yeah, JC, very active fire department community.
They gotta be.
Yeah, they're very active.
They gotta be.
That's the struggles of living next to a firehouse. But no, I'm doing good. I'm kind of finally getting a chance to settle back in. You know, obviously July 4th week. 2 birthdays that week. My best friend and King David on 1 week, including a 4th of July holiday. So I had all of that going on. And then this week, I won't spoil too much because it'll lead into one of my topics.
Okay.
The time with the fam. So I had that going on. But yeah, I've been disconnected a bit from social media, which I like. So now I'm just kind of like slowly peeking up, saying, hey, what's going on? What did I miss? What's happening kind of thing. So after that, pretty good. Good to see these faces I haven't seen in a while. Feel like only in the crossover and other things. So this is actually a unique Stelly mix for me that I like.
Yeah, I hear you, Cog. It's, you know what's funny? There is this thing, there's this intuition, first responders and landscapers. They just know when you're podcasting. I don't know what it is. My lawn guy will go AWOL for weeks. Be like, what is going on? My lawn is like knee high. He'll show up as soon as I hit that button to record. They know. they just know.
Yes.
It's crazy. Now, Cog, talking about rolling out from the 4th of July, we're kind of getting back into the swing of things with work. Yeah. With podcasting, you got the day job. There is that thing of, like I just said, with coming back to podcasting, like shaking off the rust, getting back into the swing of things, because it's like you're going from leisure mode back into business mode. But were you doing a lot of partying? Were you staying up late? Yeah. Having a few drinks, a few cocktails? What were you? Was it like that?
I mean, I realize at my age, the days of the back-to-back drink night, bro, it's brutal. The recovery is just not as good. It takes me like a full 24 hours to recover. So I had no choice, just the way the birthdays and everything was situated, then 4th and everything else. Like, it was like 3 days straight. I was a mess.
But you're still standing.
Yeah, I'm here.
That might do me in.
Yeah, it does. Because when you're younger, you bounce back. It's no problem. But yeah, this was much tougher for sure. So good call out on that day. Good call out.
Continuing around the horn. You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of a baseball analogy. You know when the infield's throwing around the ball before a game, then it goes to the catcher and he throws it right to the shortstop or second baseman like he's nailing a base runner? This is what this is like. It's tossing it around. I always get visions of baseball.
You're saying
before
you're
the game. We roll into the topics. That's the first pitch. Right?
I don't think you heard Ben's slight there, but it shouldn't be right.
I heard.
I heard. You just chose to ignore it.
It was delayed. Son of a bitch. Well, let's go in that direction. My friend, Ben, out in Pittsburgh. Ben, what's going on? I just saw you and Dustin. What was it now? Two weeks ago or 3 weeks ago? I'm all track of. I've lost all track of time.
I think it was about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. It's weird because, like, I mean, let's see. I probably see you, I don't know, on average once a month on a podcast. But then it had been a while since I had been on Constellation with you, and then also a while since you had been on Constellation, like even after I hadn't been there. And then all of a sudden, I just saw you at Too Many Games in Philadelphia. It was funny, Dagan, because you had some family obligations and stuff in the morning, and you kind of rolled in a little bit late. Not late, on time. To the
right on time.
Right,
and we're like ready to start. You
bad.
get there. The first words I really say to you were on stage. The first time we spoke, and then afterwards, somebody was like, "Man, that was cool that Dagan got there on time." And I was like, "Yeah, how long do you think we spent preparing?" And it's somebody who like listens to our shows frequently, and they were like, "I don't know, like a couple days." Like you've used to figure it. And I was like, we walked onto stage discussing what we were going to discuss. Like that's not what we normally do. Okay.
No,
okay. But for this,
it
was like, it's just an informal thing, but no, it was good to see you. Good to get to hang out all that day and, watch you wait in the food line for 2 hours to get a water. That was really
shout out to your friend, Matt.
Yeah. Matt's
my new pal.
Yeah.
He's great.
Super cool guy. But yeah, we waited in that food line, that concessions line at Too Many Games that was the longest I ever waited for bad food in my life. It was really? Like, and just knowing you're going to get up there to get like a dirty water dog or a terrible slice of microwave pizza.
Yeah.
And you're just in that. But the payoff was they did have, and I didn't even know this because I've been going to that convention for years. Never realized they serve cold ones back there. And you can walk around with like a tall boy of Stella or there's whatever your beer of choice. I mean, not whatever your beer of choice is, but there is some selection.
Yeah, whatever your beer of choice is, as long as it's one of the 3 beers they have. I think they had what? Stella, some other light beer, and Yingling.
Yingling, right? Of course.
All reliable.
Yingling Pounders, only $9. It's a steal, basically.
It's a steal.
Serious baseball stadium prices. Yeah. It was good to see you.
Less at stadiums for beers, but I digress.
Ben Smith, everybody. Listen, and what we did, we rolled onto that stage and we basically had an hour-long conversation amongst the 3 of us in front of, a little audience of LSM faithful.
Yeah, it's probably
nice turnout, I thought.
Probably between 40 and 50, I'd say.
Not bad.
And then I might be overestimating that a little bit, but then we had a meet and greet later. It was a few less, but it was nice because we just got to. A lot of people had already been like hanging out with us at the show.
Absolutely.
Just walking around and but we still got to just sit and chat for a while in a room where the 3 of us got to sit down while everybody else still had to stand up. But that was also nice.
It was a good time. We're in that sweet spot before we get really famous.
That's right.
We're still approachable.
Right.
It's going to happen. I still feel like it's going to happen. It's been 8 years or something, but it's definitely, I think year 9, that's going to be the one. That's going to be the show.
We're going to win the pennant.
This is
back to the baseball analogies.
Let's just keep it in the park.
Oh.
See what I did there?
No.
Listen.
He said no, you're not doing that.
Last but not least, and this is a special one. About to be the new dad told me now, Dust, for some clarification, you had mentioned to me this is going to be my last one for a while, but I wasn't sure. And I've been wondering about this actually. If you're going on some sort of fraternity leave, is that what it's called?
Paternity leave.
Paternity leave.
I kept accidentally saying maternity leave, and that's for moms. It's just mix up. But yeah,
maternity, paternity, fraternity is a college thing.
Right.
Now we straighten that out. Or you're not taking a break from Sacred. You're just not going to be on Constellation for a while.
So that's kind of to be determined. I will be taking probably 2 or 3 weeks off everything, like completely. I'm going to be pretty much totally gone. And then I'm going to slowly start to creep back onto just recording, just because Ben and Lockmort will be handling my other duties. So I'll be on light duty in some capacity for 3 months. So pretty exciting. Take a little step back.
It.
I don't know. The thing with Constellation, I'd imagine that it won't be too long, but I imagine this will be the last time before the baby.
Yeah. Which is, this is an event. I'm so excited for you, dude. Now, and listen, did you guys know when somebody takes a corporate paternity leave, you're working at a big company like a Meta cog, right? Mm-hmm. How long is that formally if you're going to do that? If you're going to take a little hiatus from work, how long do dads get nowadays?
That allocation is pretty flexible.
Is it?
It's in that 3-week month. I remember one of my ex-bosses from another department, and he had his wife, they had a baby. He was going over a month and a half, like a month at least. Yeah,
I think that's nice.
And there's flexibility. Like, hey, you need more time. You know what I'm saying? But I have this Meta is extremely. One thing I'll say about it, their benefits are really, really strong. So I don't know if that is standard.
Okay.
Right. So I would give them credit as far as being on the higher end.
They have the resources.
Yeah, for sure. But he was going at least a month. I know for a fact.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's really important, especially for a first time, and of course for the moms too. But I'm saying specifically for dads because that's such a new thing. I feel like I missed it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I largely missed that. Depending on where you were working at the time, the more fashion forward companies were already doing that, instituting those policies. But I feel like for a first time dad like Dustin, that's really important because even though everybody's telling you what to expect, you really don't know until you're thrown into the fire, so to speak. Not to scare you, Dust. But you know what I mean? Like, You kind of know, but you don't really know until you're in it.
When I worked at a college, it was like, I think that the moms got, and I might be misspeaking here, but I think it was like 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
And I don't know that was all 100% paid. Like, I think maybe the first X amount of time was 100% paid. And then after that, if you wanted to keep taking time, it was like 80%. And then the trains coming through, so you could probably between my train and Cog's fire trucks, like it's gonna be lit in here. But then I think dads, it was like, well, you could take as much time as you want, but you have to use your sick time. And then after that, if you want to take more time, you can. It just won't be paid. And I was like, well, as a matter of fact, after my first kid, I had like a conference that I had to go to. Like they would not let me not go to it. 6 hours away, a week after my kid was born.
Wow.
My wife was like, I'm going with you. So she just like hung out in the hotel the whole time and
with baby in tow?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Or is that all right?
Because anyway, I think my point there, I was rambling, but my point is I think it's pretty highly variable because I know some companies are like, we don't have a limit. But there's just a certain time where your payments, your pay gets reduced. But other companies are like, see you in 2 weeks. Pop out that kid and get back here, back in the salt mines.
We've come a long way from the boomers, right? Whereas like our dads, especially my dad, was like, maybe I'll be in the delivery room. And I gotta, I'll try to show up for the birth, and then I got a night tour. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right. I'll be back in the office this afternoon.
Dagan, I was telling Colin, I think I said this on Sacred, so sorry for the repeat listeners, but I was saying if only this was like Mad Men 1960s, where I could just hang out in the lobby, get drunk and smoke. I mean, times have changed for the worse, clearly. But
back then, doctors were smoking during delivery.
Oh yeah,
hell
they had the tongs in one hand.
Yeah, make the kid strong. Good. But yeah, I'm excited. And I'm glad too, because 3 months for paternity leave, it's not lost on me that's extremely generous. So shout out to Colin. I know I usually try to bust his balls as much as I can when I'm not on a show with him, but credit where credit's due. He's really taking care of me. So thank you. And thank you to the audience because we're able to do stuff like that because of all the support. So thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's important.
Now, did Colin, what you told me the other day, Dustin, was that while you're off, you're planning on playing a lot of video games.
Oh, yeah.
Does Colin know that part?
Well, I'll have the baby on me. So it's like I'm multitasking.
Snitching, Ben?
I did the same part, man.
Snitching, Ben? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm snitching. Like, but it's okay because it's okay.
Straight up snitching.
I told Dustin that when I had my oldest, basically every night after I get home from work, I'd sit on the recliner, he'd lay on me and sleep, and I'd play MMORPGs on my laptop while I watched Everybody Loves Raymond. I mean, of course, you got to still, he's got to wake up, he's got to eat, he's got to go to the bathroom, whatever. Or, I guess you just got to change them. But I did after my kid was born, play a lot of video games. Now, my wife, not so much. She didn't have the leisure, but I wasn't nursing, so
maybe I should pick that up.
The advantages.
Share the load.
You should try it.
Holly was telling me about. We went to Target because her friend told her about this recipe for some kind of snack you make that's supposed to help with lactation, some kind of lactation cookie ball thing. I was like,
heard of that.
I don't know. What if I want to munch on one of these things? Am I gonna? I mean, I don't know what will happen.
You're talking about the cookie. You're talking.
Well, I mean, you're talking about
the all right. Constellation after dark. How we doing?
Either way, I mean, I want to have options. So I don't know. Yeah. Should I have a lactation cookie during break? Will I come back with a little more well endowed? Maybe
you might.
But I just want to do my part for the baby. So
that's right.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Dustin, did Holly? Sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't, as I understand it. I'm trying to think with my wife. I think she had 2 different cravings with each kid. She had it, but has Holly undergone like I need the pickle flavored potato chips, or I need is there like that one thing that she's craving constantly?
The only cravings that she's really had that she's told me of is that she wakes up and she has to have orange juice and toast with peanut butter and bananas on it. And she's eaten that pretty much every morning her entire pregnancy. And she told me about the one day that she ran out of orange juice and she was crestfallen at that moment because she, that was her one craving thing that she has. But
yeah,
pregnancy is wild. I got to tell you guys about something that happened last night. I got approval from Holly to share this because it is embarrassing. But I'm over here playing on my CRT, playing Tron Bon. I'm on the dock level. If anyone's played this game where you're moving boxes around, she comes up the stairs and says, "Hey, I think I might throw up, but I'm not sure." I said, "Okay, let me know if you need anything," because Holly's the type, she would rather be alone when she throws up. I've learned that leave her alone. If she needs something, she'll say something.
I get that.
So I'm playing Tron Bon, and of course I hear her start to throw up. I was like, oh no. And so eventually I hear her call out. She's like, "Can you get me a towel?" I was like, "Absolutely." So I pause the game. The music is still playing, though. I go and I get her a towel, and she throws up a little more. And then she stops and she's like, "Well, I just peed myself too." So I'm just sitting there. She's throwing up. The Tron Bon music is playing in the background. And she's throwing up, and because when you're pregnant, I mean, she's like, I don't feel embarrassed about it because when you're pregnant, it's like sometimes a bad sneeze can be it.
Forget it.
So, you have an entire human pressing upon your bladder.
Oh,
you're gonna pee yourself. That's gonna happen.
Yeah. So
I assume I've never done it myself, never carried a child myself, but that's what I hear.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
So yeah, we're getting through it, and it's one of those things where it's like she feels bad throwing up, obviously, but then she feels better, and we're laughing about it immediately, just because it's people have had kids as long as humans have been around, of course, but it's a weird and kind of funny thing. It creates funny situations where you're throwing up and peeing yourself at the same time. You got to just laugh about it. You got to laugh.
Sounds like college, honestly.
Yeah,
dude. Late term pregnancy is a whole nother thing. And it's kind of amazing how much they can hold it together. Like if that was men, we'd just be walking around shit and piss, like 8.5 months pregnant, like barf, like just, half naked, possibly all the way naked, one sock. Like, we'd be a frigging like that's why we don't do it. Nature knew.
Yeah, absolutely.
No way.
I'd be a mess.
Couldn't handle it.
We'd need to be waited on constantly. I'd be like, "Oh, please help me," constantly. These women,
tough.
For all the jokes about women being weak, they are actually quite tough. I've known that for a while, but seeing Holly be pregnant, she is much tougher than me, I think, in a lot of ways.
Oh my God. 100%. Yeah, it's a proper adventure. And now you guys are in for another whole nother phase of adventure. I'm very excited for you guys. I want to stick with you, Dust, for this topic. Yeah. I wanted to start with Ben because I believe Ben was the first to submit a topic this week after Micah's prompting email. But I said, you know what? Ben's is nice as a buffer because I feel like Dustin's and Cogs are somewhat a little bit adjacent. Yeah, and I want to put Ben in the middle of those two. Dust, let's just stick with this whole thing. You wanted to talk about becoming a dad. I give you the floor, dude.
Yeah. So this is something, I mean, clearly, it's first time dad. And it's something that it's funny because we obviously we were trying. So we knew that this was going to be the expected outcome. And then when you find out that you're going to be a dad, you're like, it still feels shocking in that moment, right? But I thought at the time, I was like, well, I've got 9 months to mentally prepare myself. And I think in this 9 months, I have done a lot of mental preparation, thinking, obviously, you're getting things ready for the baby. But as we are here in the moment where right now, the chances are low the baby could come right now, but certainly possible. As like next week, I think it's above 10% and just goes up drastically after that as we get closer to the due date. It feels like it's already here. Am I ready to do this? Right. And it's interesting too, that as a first time dad, everyone, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but everyone has advice for you. And I think that's great. I want as much, and that's part of why I want to do this topic, because I wanted to talk to you guys. But it's interesting in that I have heard so many different things, whether it's about the birth or the first few months or whatever, that it's kind of like almost conflicting in some ways. Like, oh, you got to process through all this information. And something else that I've just been thinking about in this whole process, and we'll probably touch on this a little in Cog's topic, so I won't go too deeply, but thinking about my parents, and I've mentioned this before, but my mom was 16 and my dad was a little older than that. It has given me so much perspective on how tough my parents were for doing this when they were practically children. And here I am, 30 years old, like, holy shit, I'm a child, and I'm about to have one of my own to take care of. And so it's funny. I was talking to Holly that a lot of her anxieties about having a kid are about the here and now, feeding him, making sure he's taken care of, doctor's appointments, stuff like that. All that, I'm very glad that that's what her mind is on. But a lot of my thoughts have been more long-term, thinking about like, I want to make sure I put this the right way. It's like, what is going to be like disciplining a kid? Like, what's too much? What's too little? What if he ends up being a dickhead? It's my fault. Hopefully he's awesome. And that's hopefully, that would be great too. When do you introduce these things? What do you let them see? What don't you let them see? And I know that this is like a process that you just kind of gradually figure out, but I don't know. I feel like I have some weight of intentionality behind it, if that makes sense. And it's like, you don't want to be too intentional, right? Because you want to let your kid grow up, and obviously every kid is different, but it's something I've thought about a lot. And just thinking back to my own parents too, it was like, again, they were, it's kind of like confirming in a way that was like, well, I turned out mostly okay. And they were so young. And so hopefully, I don't know, could the wisdom I have of 30 years instead of 16, could that be a damper on things? Could that be too much? I don't know. So with this group here, and Dagan, I'm glad we weren't sure initially if you were going to be on this one. I was like, I was hoping.
I know.
I want to do this topic with the two dads. And Cog, I'm glad you're here too, because I feel like you've got a warm dad energy. Mm-hmm, like when I 100%. See you with Iron Lords, I'm like, Cog's the dad of this group. Really.
I want Cog to be my dad.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well,
Cog does have a kid. He stole his credit card and bought stuff on Xbox one time.
We don't talk about that. It's my youth, I wasn't responsible, but we're going to move on.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough.
Ben knows a good story.
But yeah. So I wanted to ask you guys about your experience becoming a dad. And now, Dagan, you've got teenagers now, which that's when I start to think about stressful situations. I mean, and that's, 13 years away from now. So I'm curious what you guys think, how you feel about being a dad, what it meant to you at the time, what it means now and the future. And really kind of, I was thinking like when Maddie did his house buying episode where he was like, first time homeowner advice. I want some first time dad advice. So I don't know who should start here. Dag, why don't we go to you as the longest dad in the group here?
Hey,
That's good. That's good here. You got experience. That's what I need. Some wisdom.
No, I'm glad to be here with you for this topic, Dust.
Yeah.
I mean, my biggest, because you're getting advice from all sides, like you said. And I remember how that is. I was 33 when I had my first kid. So I'm a little older than you are now. But I do remember that. You're getting pelted from all directions. Right. And it's well-meaning. It's 99.5% well-meaning. But my biggest advice for you and Holly you guys are so much more ready than you think you are right now. And this stage and every stage along the way, I don't know if Ben will agree with this, but it's a lot less stressful than you think it's going to be. The anxiety and the hype and sort of not knowing the mystery of it is the biggest thing when you kind of just figure it out as you go along. Not just like your parents did, because they were very young. They were particularly young and they were thrust into the fire feet first, right? In a sense, even more dramatic than a lot of people because they were so young. But any parents, you're kind of going into it. And even though you think and you knew, even if you always wanted to be a parent like I did as a kid, you thought about it and that was kind of part of your dream. And you know what it's like and you see how you were parented and how your parents were parented. Like there's something about just being in it for yourself. You'll figure it out as you guys go along. And you'll complement each other, husband and wife. You guys are together. You guys have a good marriage. So that's you have that strong foundation. But that's the one thing where it's like you're going into a world where already, Dust, and you've known this from the minute you guys started trying for a baby, right? It's like once you enter that world, it's like you're living you're putting somebody else first for the rest of your life. And what's that going to be like? And as humans, we all get that selfish sense of like, okay, I'm number 2 now at best. This person, this life is always going to be put first. They're always going to be the priority. And I will tell you that's a scary notion. And I remember being scared of that, especially leading up to the birth of Lilia, my first. I remember late in the term, like every day I was trying to save her because this was the last time it was going to be like this. But I will tell you to 100% certainty that things will change and that reality will become sort of instilled so quickly that you won't even remember a world where it was any other way. You'll look back, like Helene and I still laugh about this, because Helene and I were together for 6 years before we got married. And then we were married for 5 before we had kids. So we had 11 years of a relationship where we still say, what the hell did we even do? Yeah. Like, what did we do? Like, we didn't do, because having a kid is just put you on this whole other plateau of busyness. And, it just puts you into this whole other realm. So that reality, even though the change is pretty, it's pretty drastic, it'll just feel so normal that you won't remember a life where it was any other way. And that'll happen quickly, I think.
You said 11 years, right?
Yeah.
Because Holly and I, this October will be our 10-year anniversary of being married. So we were together.
Oh, shit.
That's awesome.
2 or 3 years before that.
Prior to that.
Exactly. So we've been together.
So even longer than Helene and I
guess.
If you look at the beginning of your relationship, right?
Yeah.
So it is going to change, but that change will feel normal, is what I'm telling you, even though it feels scary and it's fraught with anxiety. The only other thing I could tell you, Dustin, I just remember, because I'm a Gen Xer and, I was raised by boomers and it was so different for our dads back then. I do feel like dads, not to a person, but generally, I think they were very kind of vanilla and one-dimensional in that they became a dad. It was a sense of responsibility. It was about providing. It was about working. And like the most colorful thing was like maybe you had a hobby of like collecting model trains or golfing. And I think a lot of dads, and I think this probably started with the greatest generation, where it was like, I think they kind of lost themselves into fatherhood, where it was like the whole dimension was being a dad. And I think there was not always, and again, it's different for regardless of who it is as an individual, your personality and stuff. But I think you kind of get lost in the responsibility of being a husband, of being a dad. My advice to you and all that is don't lose yourself. You're still Dustin. You're still a son. You're still a friend. You're still a husband. You're still a gamer. You're still a podcaster. You know what I mean? Like hold on to all the dimensions Being a dad is just adding a dimension. You don't want to lose yourself in being a dad. You know what I mean? Being a dad is, now you're making yourself better. You're powering up. It's like a Super Saiyan type thing. You know what I mean? It's not, you're not tossing all the other qualities aside. You know what I mean? Because I think that could just lead to, I think if you hold on to you and sort of be good to yourself and take time for yourself and your hobbies and don't neglect the other stuff that makes you you and being a dad, I think that makes you a better dad. You know what I mean? Because now you got all the things and you're powered up. You know what I mean? You're not depriving yourself of the things or the other parts of you. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of our dads, I think of Gen X, I think of like just my friends on the block where I grew up. I don't even have to go further than that. I think of that, whatever, 10 households, 3 of my best friends, like, yeah, there was something where, you know what I mean? It was like you become a dad and this is the script. You know what I mean? This is what you do.
Right.
You know what I mean? And everybody was very one dimensional. And I think it's not like that anymore. Some part along the way, I don't know if you would agree with me, Cog. I think the Gen Xers were kind of largely responsible for this. It was like, I could still be a punk rocker. I could still skateboard. I could still hold on to the things that I love and not be forced to grow up and not be forced to grow into this role. I could still be Dagan. I could still be Dustin. I could still be Ben. I could still be whoever and be a dad. You know what I mean? So that would be my biggest advice to you, is just kind of like, don't change. You know what I mean? Don't change. Still hold on to all the Dustinness. Right. But now you're a dad too. And I think that's good for the kids. And I think that also keeps you young. You know what I mean? I think that, I'm no spring chick, 50 years old, right? I feel like I don't feel 50. And I feel like I'm a little biased, but I feel like I don't look 50. And I feel like a lot of that is just trying to hold on to, you know what I mean? I don't want to lose. And at some points along the way, you start to lose it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You start to lose that sense of identity. It's like it's getting lost in everything. It's getting lost in the responsibility of work and taking care of a house and taking care of a couple of kids or whatever. Then you bring it back. You say, oh man, why am I feeling this way? Oh, I need to jump on the skateboard. I need to pick up the guitar. I need to, pick up the game controller, whatever it is. Right. So that would be my biggest. And, the other thing is, I think a lot of people will hype you up for parenthood. It's going to be tough, the crying baby, you know what I mean? Especially early on. You just kind of rise to the occasion. You kind of meet the challenges head on, and it's sink or swim, and you're not going to sink. You know what I mean? You guys are going to do it. You're going to do it as a team, be a team. And yeah, man, it's not, I would say looking back, I worried a lot more. When I tell you, I know I said this before. When I tell you I got sick and gave myself flu-like symptoms in the delivery room of both my kids, that I was in a lot worse shape than my wife, who was pushing out babies both times, where my dad, the second time, was like, Dagan, you need to fucking man up. Like every time something stressful happens, you know what I mean? I mean, he was joking, but he was like, you're sitting in the nurses are laughing at you. Cause you know what I mean? You get so stressed out. So in other words, I would say, don't get that stressed out.
Yeah.
It's the hype, the anxiety. Yeah, it's going to be different, but dude, you're in for an adventure. This is a proper adventure, man. You know what I mean? It's fun. And it's one of life's biggest challenges. And I think I would welcome all that. You know what I mean? Don't meet it with worrying, meet it with like excitement.
Right.
'Cause it's going to be cool.
I like what you're saying about not losing yourself. That's something that I've also thought about, not necessarily, I mean, I guess from an individual standpoint, but and this is some conversation I've had with Ben a few different times during these last 9 months, is that, you meet people and everyone's different. So I don't want this to come off as like a judgmental way of parenting, but you meet some people that they have a kid and they kind of disappear, and, maybe the kid needs that, or maybe that's what the parent needs. But my goal, and Holly and I are totally aligned on this, is that it's like, we want to continue to live our lives the way mostly, right, that we have, but we just have someone else with us now that is going to be a part of that life. And that comes back to what I was saying about my parents being so young, is that they were taking me everywhere. I was going to concerts with them, local stuff. Back when here in Western PA, Eaton Park was open 24 hours. I was there's times maybe they should have had me in bed, but it's like I'm sleeping on the booth at 11 o'clock or later at Eaton Park with their friends, And so that's something that I've thought about. It's like, yeah, I understand that your ability to get up and go is certainly very different. But I never want to get a sense of like, I guess it's a laziness. It's like, oh, we could go, but then we gotta get the kid, we gotta bring him along, make sure he's taken care of, and then we can't stay very long. Let's just not go. It's like, right. No, I want to continue. Even something like maybe not, definitely not immediately for San Diego, but I want to bring our kid to like live shows and stuff. Like just in order to, I don't know, learn what living or being, I don't know. I kind of feel like with kids, you got to start to teach them, maybe not like, hey, act like an adult now, but you got to show them how adults live and how they interact and how they talk and stuff like that. And so it's like, yeah, bring your kid along with you, have them experience what life is like and not just being at home constantly, or just in areas that are designed just for kids. You know what I mean? Bring them out. So,
Dust, I mean, for you, taking your kid to a live show eventually is take your kid to work day. I mean, that's really what it is. That's what you do.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, absolutely. And it's really, I got to give your parents credit. I mean, I love your parents. I think they're awesome. But that's really kind of fashion forward. That's forward thinking for such young parents to be able to have the semblance of mind to say, like, we need to hold on to ourselves too. We can't just stop being us just because we have a kid. And that doesn't mean you're being a bad or, reluctant or dismissive parent. That just means you're kind of considering the big picture, which is healthy, And I think a lot of young parents get lost in that because it is, it is so worrying. You are hampered, you're restricted. You're losing a little bit of your freedom in a sense. But, there's every stage is an adventure. That's the cool thing about a kid too. Like every single thing, it's like they'll be born. They'll learn how to crawl. They'll learn how to walk. They're going to go to preschool and they're going to go to grade school. They're going to learn how to talk. You know what I mean? It's like they're meeting new people, new challenges. They're doing things for the first time. It's like, it's nonstop excitement. I mean, I'm still going through that with two teenagers. Like, like my daughter just started driving and a lot of it's like not always the most fun. A lot of it is anxiety inducing, but it's also great. You know what I mean? Because, and you learn about yourself. And you get better. That's the thing too. Like I've gone, Colin is always amazed with this because I think he knew a different person when I was younger. And he's like, you're so patient. And I was like, yeah, man, I have kids. Like it teaches you patience. Either you're going to be patient or you're going to lose your mind. So you got to make a decision. Right.
Right.
You just, you learn. And as you grow older, you'll have all those qualities anyway. You'll slow down. You'll learn how to relax more. You'll be less likely to want to go out and drink every night. You know what I mean? Like you just calm down naturally. I think it's a natural progression as we age, for a lot of us. So that's dovetailing with things too. So I think that's nature. I think it's purposely like that. You know what I mean? Because that's what makes us, we're settling down now,
Oh, I'm already settled down. For better or for worse in a lot of ways. Maybe not completely, but yeah. Yeah, it's I'm ready. No, maybe I'm not ready, but I feel ready for that, that shift. Like I said, I've had some months to mentally prepare. But Cog, let's throw this over to you for a bit. Other than, maybe a lock on the Xbox account to block the credit card transactions or something. But I want to ask you what you thought about this. I know you're not a dad, but I don't know. Do you have like nieces and nephews in your life, or
I have cousins.
Okay, I knew there was some younger kids somewhere, but
yeah. I mean, look, man. First of all, with you, proud of you on this journey. That like you bringing a life into the world, right? And the first, obviously, I'm not a dad, but from what I observe from all my friends, I'm the person that have to watch people's kids at times. Yeah. So the thing that I'm always cognizant of is how great they react to stimuli by the baby. And knowing how to diffuse a situation and not stress out when even I was stressed out. I'm like, hey, I don't know what I did. I changed him. I don't know what's going on. Why is he doing this? Like he should be cool right now, kind of thing. It's like, no, do this. Come here, just a slow rock here. Get the little, pacified, do different things. And it's like small little victories as you're learning about this new human, right? And that's the part that is kind of fun in a way. It can be stressful because I do feel the best advice I could give for watching my friends. I was thinking about my best friend Petey, who's recently a parent as well, is the thing that makes them dope is they are such a coordinated 2-person team. They do shifts. They understand, okay, it is my turn now with the baby. You've had a lot, and the sleep schedule patterns that right there is going to be like so key. I see initially in the beginning part. To Dagan's point, obviously going to the operating room, the stress. I was there present for a couple of births, and to see some dads are cool, but some dads go through it. In Dagan's point too, like some dads are really stressful and sometimes more stressful than said wife. so you don't want to get too crazy there, but just overall, look, you're going to be fine, right? It's, to me, the way I look at it, it is a learning experience. For me personally, I guess I know I would be a good dad, right? But before we get to becoming a dad, we kind of got to get to becoming and getting into a relationship with the correct person. I got to solve that part first. So that's what's preventing me from being where I need to be. And then I've said this on previous Constellations in Duke, not to get too personal, but it's just like I know where I am as far as my career, my stability, and most people that I date they want me to make a sacrifice. Right? Or they want an ultimatum. Are you going to be doing this podcasting thing? You see what I'm saying? So I love Dagan's advice about being true to yourself as a father. Don't subtract who you are. Be the fun dad. Be the dad that does play the games and does, you know what I'm saying? Because that is my dad. Like my dad is responsible for getting me into gaming. Like if it wasn't, my mom is very strict, very religious. He's like, no, I'm taking you away from this. You're going to learn what it is to have fun. You're going to go to an arcade. He's the one that's like, no, here, I used to come small. He used to have the ColecoVision. Here, put a controller in my hand. You're fake playing with me, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not doing anything, but I'm assuming I'm doing, like those moments, like be the gaming cool dad. And the last advice I want to give you is now that you are going to be a dad, you qualify for situational disability.
Oh! Elden Ring pause button now.
Pause button. So you souls guys, this is your time to let Miyazaki sign. No, I'm just joking. It's a controversial
words of wisdom.
Yes, I love it. You're gonna be fine. And the other thing I will say I'm jealous is when I think about people who become a dad is that legacy of the name, the Furman name, right? It's going to continue most likely. And it's a lot of fun and cool things. So just be yourself, react to the stimuli in the early stages, work as a team. You're going to be fine. But I'm proud of you. That's all. And I love your parents, by the way. I just want to shout out your parents. I absolutely love your parents. They're super awesome. Your dad is funny as I could talk to him forever.
My dad is like Pog. He's the man. You guys blossoming bromance, I think, between
yes
Pog and Travis Furman.
I love your dad. Your dad is awesome energy from the minute I met him. So yeah, salute to you, man. But you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's I'm glad. We'll get to your topic. I'm glad it's an excuse for me to wax poetic about my parents for a bit if I haven't already enough. But yeah, it's well, let's go over Ben here because I was gonna say the same thing I said between Dagan. So I don't want to repeat myself too much. But Ben, you are the dad I'm around the most. That isn't my dad. And the one thing I always find with new friends that are around your kids is that they always say, Ben has the most well-behaved, nice, and happy kids I have ever seen in my life. So what's your secret here? Both of your boys, some of the sweetest young men I probably have ever had the pleasure of calling them friends. So, Ben, you've clearly done an excellent job so far. They still have time to screw it up. We'll see what happens as you get in these teenage years. But what do you got for me?
Well, you asked what the secret was, and it's relentless beatings.
Ah, right. Yeah. I saw the belt hanging on the door. So
yeah, that's a joke. I mean, I disciplined the kids, especially when they were younger, when they needed it. But
Spad not the rod.
That's right. I don't know, man. It's so I get so jaded, and not like this kind of conversation, but like when people talk about kids, and like I see people, in the comments of our shows and in tweets to you and whatever. Dustin, your life's going to be totally different. And I mean, it is. You're not going to sleep for months, and you're not. And I'm like, man, that wasn't my experience. And everybody's experience is different. But I don't know. I just am someone who, and I even told you this, like we're very close friends. We see each other very frequently. We talk frequently. We work together, whatever. And we've been friends for longer than we've worked together. But even still, I've like maybe given you one or two pieces of unsolicited advice. There's been times we've talked and you've been like, something's just naturally come up. Sure. But like, I'm somebody who's like, your experience is your experience. The hardest thing you've ever had to deal with is the hardest thing you've ever had to deal with. And so if you're someone who like really has a hard time with parenthood, just because I didn't doesn't mean that your opinion's invalid. So I try not to really get into those situations where I'm like critiquing other people's whatever. I think there are people I know that I would definitively say, not to them, but like, or to anyone, but I would just think like, you're not a very good parent. And there's other people who I'm like, that's a great parent, but I'm never going to be like, this is what you should do instead. Typically, unless asked. But I don't know. So I became a dad at 25, I think, 24, 25, somewhere in there. With my first kid. And basically, so I'd been in a long relationship, was ready to get married. That relationship ended. I met Emily, and basically, literally, like I knew her for a little while before that, but we hadn't really ever spent a lot of time together, talked about like our futures, whatever, because that wasn't the relationship we were in. And our first date, I was like, so do you want kids? Like that was important to both of us. And because I'm like, I'm not spending a bunch of time with somebody who doesn't want what I want, or who, whatever.
She was about to get shut down. Emily's about to get shut down.
Yeah.
I like Emily. Damn, you just, okay. Right.
And here's the thing. She was in the very much the same mindset. Like,
yeah.
If I don't even know who asked the question, but I think both of us had it on our agenda. Like, look, I know a lot of people wait till they're 30 to get married. They wait till they're 40 to have kids. That's totally fine for them. That wasn't what we wanted, either one of us. We knew what we wanted. We knew what we wanted to do. So from the moment she was like, I want to be a mom. I want to have kids. She went to college. She had a job and everything, but she was like, I want to have kids. I want to stay at home with kids if possible. If I need to work, that's fine. But I want to raise children. That's what my calling in life is for. So like from the moment we even started dating, we knew that like eventually and sooner than later, this is going to end up in kids. And, as long as we were able and everything was good that way. And so like, that was always our kind of goal, to love each other and to have kids. and really that's kind of how we approached it. And so, my experience was, I knew I wanted to have kids from basically as long as I could remember wanting a future. And then it was like, we were married for a while, but not even a year. And we were like, okay, let's start thinking about this. Let's start acting on it. And, pretty soon we had a kid, and everything went from, this is a moment I've been thinking about my whole life, is having a kid and raising someone and teaching them how to be a good citizen and a good person and to, follow in my footsteps. And it immediately went from like, I'm worried about that to I have a kid now. This is now part of my life. Like it was just naturally seamless. Like there's so much, and we were kind of talking about this the other day in a call we had, but there's so much like worry that we all have. Even if you're not a worrier, even if you're not an anxious person, you still think about something as major as having a kid. And what I said to you the other day was like, your kid comes out, hopefully everything's fine. There's still things to be concerned about, but like, that is my kid. I'm a dad. All those fears, all those things, all those, am I going to see my wife? Am I going to have to watch her give birth? Like that thought process that like that you're worried about, that you think about, that I really wasn't looking forward to. You just forget about it because now you're a dad. I mean, you're a dad now, Dustin. You have a kid. Just, it's inside your
life. That's a great point.
that's what people. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but when people are like, "You're going to be a dad soon," and every time I have to like bite my tongue to correct people from being like, "No, he's a dad now," or like, I'm a dad now, whatever. And I know people have different viewpoints on that. I don't care if you got a baby in the oven, you're dead. So I just think that like we were made, like the way we are built is to be parents. Not that everybody is going to be parents, but like we have either, whether you believe it was God, which I do, or you believe it was nature or whatever, which a lot of people do. Everyone, I think, has that instilled in them to be a parent, to be able to care for another person. Now, maybe some people are better than others. Some people know themselves well enough. We have a friend who knows themselves well enough. It's like, I'm too selfish to have a kid. I'm not going to have a kid. I'm like, hey, great. Don't have a kid then. If you know that about yourself, that's fine. But I think it's just a natural thing that we understand inherently. Things come to us. There are plenty of people out there that I look at and I'm like, that person should not be a parent. But guess what? That kid grows up. They, more often than not, and hopefully they have a good life. They're at least sustaining members of society, if not productive. Like, it's so hard to screw up a kid. There are a lot of ways you can screw them up, but it's so hard to like stop someone from growing, from becoming a person, that it's insane, because that's how we survive as a species. That, that's just, it's built into us. So yeah, my experience when my kids were little is that I was working a lot. I was in a master's program. I was starting a business, and like my wife, and I could never, appreciate her enough for this, but like my wife, because she wanted to be a mom, wanted to do so much of those mom things, those parent things, that to an extent, I actually regret that I didn't have more participation in some things. Like, for instance, my wife nursed our kids. And like, there were times where I was like, man, I just really want to feed my baby. Because growing up, I would babysit. I would hold, like, people at church would be like, hey, hold my kid, put him to sleep. Because they knew that I was good with kids. And so like when I had kids, I was like, man, I'd really like to feed my kids. And I asked my wife, I was like, hey, could you they make pumps, you can put milk in a bottle so the dads can feed the kids, or the mom can take a break or whatever. And she was like, I'll try it. And then she tried it. She's like, I don't like it. Like, I don't like being milked like a cow. I think those were her actual words. So it was like, that was one of those experiences I didn't get to have. And I kind of regret that. But at the same time, my experience is so much different from a lot of other people's, because like I didn't have some of those, like, wake up at 3 a.m. because she was like, you don't need to wake up. You have to work in the morning. I am a mom. Like, that's what I'm going to do. Wow. And that's not everybody's relationship. That's not everybody's situation. Everybody's different. But for me, it was like, I'm a very deep sleeper. If she didn't wake me up to take care of it, I wasn't going to. And she almost never did. There were a few times, of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I mean, not to say that like, I wasn't taking care of the kid. It was just that particular action I wasn't a part of, was feeding the very young babies. So I don't know. I go through a lot of different like thought processes, and but moving on to your kids getting a little older, like Dustin, we've been friends, I think, since my youngest, who's 8 now. Was it before he was born or right after he was born? We were at least acquaintances before he was born. Maybe we weren't friends until after he was born. But
okay.
When I saw you with my dad, and I barely knew who you were, and you were talking to my dad, and I was like, who's that? At the downtown thing where they had bands playing. If you remember that. Uh-huh. He was just barely walking around.
That would have been my oldest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
my youngest, I don't know if he was born or not, but either way, my point there was, you've been a part of my kids' lives since they can remember. You've never not been a part of their lives. And you mentioned earlier about, being their friends. Like, it was really because my dad, my parents were 19 and 20 when I was born. So for me, and a lot of their friends were not maybe that young, but pretty young. And like for us, it was very much one of those situations where it was like, I was with my parents all the time, because they wanted me there, but also because they couldn't afford a babysitter a lot of times.
Yeah.
And for Emily and I, and I think her parents were much the same. And for us, we wanted our kids to be part of our lives. We wanted our kids to know our friends. Some of the people, like, I grew up around adults talking. And because I grew up around adults talking, I feel like I was able to talk with adults. And I was eventually able to, have conversations. And I considered many of my dad's friends who were much older than him, not even just, his age, but even older than him, were my friends. And like I could call them and talk to them, or hang out with them. And if the parents, if my parents left the room for something and I was there with, so-and-so and so-and-so, I didn't feel awkward. It was just like, well, I mean, these are my friends. And so I know that that's something we've talked about before you were ever even talking, like before you were ever planning to have a kid, you were maybe talking about it, but something we've talked about is like, I want them to be in their lives. And it's nice to hear you say my kids are your friends and that you like conversing with them. That's really pleasant to hear. And their mother takes most of the credit for that because I do the fun stuff. She does the work. But that's not because I make her, that's because she wants to, just to clarify. But I remember a couple of years ago, my oldest was talking to one of his friends and they were talking about a video game. He's like, oh yeah, my friend Dustin has that. And I was like, nice. He's not my dad's friend Dustin. He's my friend Dustin. And maybe that's just a kid thing that sometimes you assume people are your friends who really aren't, but I know that he actually considers you a friend. And I think that's important. Now, maybe, and even some of our friends who are a little rougher around the edges, right? Who aren't as put together. Like I don't prohibit them from hanging out with them. Maybe after the interaction, I have a conversation about like, hey, that's probably something we don't do or say, whatever. And I use it as a teaching moment, but I don't try to shield them from my life. Not to say Emily and I never do anything alone. Certainly you and I have gone away on trips and hung out and everything, but like my kids are part of my life and I don't treat them as a nuisance. And I don't think that any one of my friends who like don't, it's one thing to be like, hey, we're having a boys' night. We're just getting together as adults. We're going to have like a weird, Christmas exchange, and there might be some weird adult things as joke gifts or whatever. That's different. Not everything is for kids, but there are. If there's someone in my life who's like, I don't want to be around your kids, they're not my friend anymore. It's not because I don't like them or whatever. It's just if you can't include them as part of your surroundings. So not to beat that point to death, but I think that's a really good perspective to have. I think kids growing up around adults and interacting with them helps them a lot in their future. And I think that, not to say I'm a totally well-adjusted individual, but that certainly helped me is being around my parents, being around their friends, not being sequestered to my room, not being sent off to, a babysitter every time my parents wanted to hang out with their friends or go whatever. I think was really, really helped me be adjusted. But I don't know. I'm excited for you to have kids. And I think that it'll be interesting because I remember being about my kids' age and some of my parents' friends having young kids. And I remember at one point I felt like, oh, I'm helping to take care of these kids. And my kids are very motherly. Now, maybe I wasn't really doing anything. That's not necessarily the point, but I felt like that. I was included in that. And then eventually they became my friends. Yeah, we're 10 years separated or whatever, but like they grow up together in one way or another and they become part of each other's lives. And I think that, I don't know, the one thing I just always, when I talk to people about like having kids, is I'm like, hey, it's hard to be a parent. It's not as hard as everybody wants you to think it is. And that's not to say that there aren't situations where it's really hard. Obviously, there's some kids that have different situations and different needs, but being a parent is built into us. It just is. And kids need that interaction. They need to be around other people who are thinking and who aren't skibbidying all over the world. And like, they just need to have that interaction. So that's the like one thing that I always harp on. And I think you already have a good mentality for that. And much because of your parents, because I know your parents have been, as you said, they were young, but like as long as I've known you, you've been close with your parents. And I know that before I knew you, you were also close with your parents, and it's really healthy. So other than that, just like, take care of it, discipline it, be nice to it.
Yeah.
Have fun with it. And I say it because maybe you'll have kids in the future. For this particular instance, it's a he, which is awesome. But
oh yeah. Yeah.
So don't beat it. All right.
Don't beat it.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say don't beat.
Do beat it.
Do beat.
Just nicely.
Nicely. Right.
Guys, don't call the government on me.
Lashes of love.
Yeah. One of the things I'm so excited for is I've told Holly, I was like, it's not that I hate babies. I'm just, this is the part that I'm probably least excited about, because I think about hanging out with my dad, him taking me to concerts or going places. And, obviously I love my parents the same, but being a man and your dad, you have a special father-son bond where you do different things together. And I'm so excited for that in the future, to be able to go play games together or whatever. I guess the last two things I'll say, we can kind of cap this off, is the one piece of advice that I got. This was before I even knew I was having a kid. This was from my friend Nate, and this ties into something you were saying, Ben. And I don't know why this piece of advice stuck with me, and I've thought about it for longer than these 9 months, probably over a year now. Is he said, our friend Nate, Ben, he told me, he said, when it's really important, or at least it was for me, that when your baby is really young, or a toddler, and even up to a certain age, they don't care about toys. They don't care about money. They don't care about status. None of these quote unquote currencies mean anything to them. There is only one currency that they care about, and that is your time being with them. And so make sure that that's the currency, because that's the only thing you can really give them at that point, is your time. Not say, of course, this is like we were saying, not losing yourself, but making sure to be present. And this kind of folds into all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, you're with us. You're part of our lives now. So that's the one thing I've been thinking about. And I'll end this on a really sweet note. Not that this whole conversation's been insanely sweet, but Holly's 31 and I'm 30. And we weren't sure when we got married when we wanted to have kids, but we knew we wanted to. And I think the reason, it's not that I think, I know the reason why we didn't have them sooner is that starting around, honestly, even before this, in my mid 20s, so like 24, I was so hardcore on career path that I was so focused that I was like, I could do this right now, but I'm selfish. And I have things that I feel like I need to do. And so that was, I get it, whether it's good or bad, that's just how I felt at the time. And then, thankfully, things ended up happening for me. I'm so thankful for that. And I'm established in the career that I was going for. And that's amazing. So it was like a few years ago, Holly was like, well, isn't now the time? And immediately I was met, like, I felt like, oh, it was like, oh shit, like now should be the time. But now I don't want to say I don't know if I want this, but it was still this kind of resistance of like, do I really want this? Because it was that fear of like, will I lose myself? I love my life right now. And it was honestly a lot of selfishness. The thing that, I don't want to say changed my mind, but the thing that pushed me in the right direction in some soul searching was I thought about what my dad means to me and how special that is and how much I love him and our relationship. And I thought, man, having the opportunity to do that for someone else would be amazing. And once that thought like entered my mind, I was like, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it now. That's a little more sexual than I need to. Let's get things going. Let's do it because I'm ready. If I can even be a shred of the impact that my dad was on me, on our kid, then it will all be worth it. So that's where I'm at now. So I guess I'm satisfied with this day here. Thank you guys for this. And I hope the audience enjoyed. I get messages all the time about either new dads or expecting dads or whatever that have been super nice, saying they're like, I'm so glad we have some more representation on Sacred or whatever. And so this one was for you guys as well, for all
love it.
Upcoming dads or current dads or whatever. So
yeah. Okay, I want to give one more piece of unsolicited advice.
Oh,
this is not for Dustin. No. This is not for Dustin, because Dustin's already past this point. Okay. This is for everybody out there who maybe thinking about having a kid or going to have a kid coming up, whatever. All this stuff. You know how people are always like, Mother's Day was only invented so that the greeting companies could sell you cards. You know, all that stuff they tell you need for a baby. I'm gonna be honest, you need some of it, but like, don't. Like,
yeah,
there's just so much crap that we thought we needed before we had a kid, and then we had a kid, and we were like, oh, we were selling, things that cost $500 at yard sales for $30 a couple years later because they were literally unused.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, you need some of that stuff. Some of that stuff's just really nice to have. Don't get me wrong. Some of it makes your life easier, but like, what you need to have a baby is sex.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to have everything.
I know all about that.
That part right there.
That part was nailed down.
Actually, now I think, with modern technology, you don't even need to have sex to have a baby. But there needs to be, some kind of chemical thing going on. But anyway, the point I'm making is like,
advice. You know what, Ben, though? How do you narrow that down to specific things? Because you think about the individual, right? Yeah. You think you need like the things that you can't argue with, right? Like the baby stroller, you're going to need it, like certain things. But are there specific items that you just want to call out and say, I remember one for me. I think I still have it. And it's brand new. I think it's still in the shrink wrap. And maybe it was just for us. I'm not sure. But I got one of these really expensive insulated backpacks that was designed to keep the baby formula cold when we went on trips. And we never used it because we always had insulated diaper bags. Like, I didn't need the dad version of that. We already had one.
Right.
You know what I mean? Is there anything else like that you're like, absolutely... because, is this too late for you, Dust? Because I'm assuming Holly already had the baby shower, right?
Yeah.
So maybe,
No, like I said, this advice wasn't for Dustin.
This is for the larger.
It's for the larger group. And again, those things are nice. And they're nice. A lot of those things are nice to have. And when people give you things, it's great. And you put things on your registry and it's awesome. I'm just saying, for a lot of people out there, I hear people say like, well, we're not going to have kids because we don't have the money. And I mean, there's a financial aspect to having children.
They cost a little bit of money.
They cost money. And really they cost money as they get older. Our kids, at least, and this is just us, they cost very little money as babies, especially since, Emily was nursing them, but they cost a lot more as they get older.
Yeah, the graphs like that.
Yeah. But
maybe that.
I guess my bigger point was, and I don't want to call out specific items because I think everybody's different. Maybe, Dagan, for somebody who, a mom who is going to nurse, but she's also going to go to work, she might need and I don't even know what it would be, a totally different set of equipment to be able to do the nursing things at work. That, I don't even know what all goes on with bodies, but like some people are going to need things like that and they're going to save their lives or feel like they're saving their lives. Other people, those aren't going to be a factor at all. Some people need a really nice crib and they need like a nice camera because, maybe they have a different living situation and they're going to be whatever. So I think those things are important, but like, I think they can be important for different people.
Yeah.
I guess all I'm saying is like, I see people go crazy. They paint their nurseries. They spend tens of thousands of dollars buying all this stuff. They rent it, whatever. And then it's like, well, the baby wants to sleep in our room, in the crib beside us. And we didn't use the nursery at all. And
that's a big one.
This baby monitor, we didn't even ever, just an example. I'm not saying those things aren't good. And we certainly had baby monitors and cribs and whatever, but I'm just saying like, cool your jets, people out there.
Yes.
Like if you want to have a baby, have a baby, love the baby, take care of the baby, provide for it, but like, don't get hung up on the stuff. The stuff's cool. The stuff's fun. The stuff can be helpful, but like, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
People have been having babies since before there were things to buy.
Since time immemorial.
Yeah.
As they say on the front. Yeah. Get it as you go. That's a nice philosophy,
right?
Like get it as you go, as you need it. Right? You don't have to stock up.
I guess I just want to say that's like one of my pet peeves is that like people are like, well, I need all this stuff to have a
right.
I can't afford. And I'm like, can you take care of the baby once it's born? That's what you need.
That part.
That's what you need.
It's like traveling light. There's a great satisfaction in that. Just get what you need, right? Don't overdo it. Yeah, that whole thing. That's also the thing. I want to triple check this. You guys know to a certainty, you and Holly, that you're having a boy, correct?
Yes, I saw. It wasn't very big, but I saw those few pixels on the monitor, and he's. Don't worry, he's a grower. It'll.
You guys, I don't know if Ben would agree with this, but boys are so. I think this is exclusively. I've never heard anybody argue with this, but boys are definitely easier. Like, I have one of each, and I'm so happy. I have my daughter. She's one of my favorite people in the world. She's a wonderful young lady. She's awesome, but she was a very, very difficult baby. She didn't nap at all. She just would not nap, and then my son came along and we were so gun shy, total opposite, easiest. Still, their personalities are very different, but I think you could take a lot of comfort. I'm not saying a boy is not going to have challenges. Maybe it'll be a little colicky, whatever, but I've never heard anybody argue that point, that boys are just generally easier. And I grew up just for some reason thinking I was going to have daughters. I never even really, I don't even know why I never wrapped my head around having a son. Love having one of each because I got both experiences and they're both awesome, although very different as people, as human beings. But my son was so much easier as a baby. I remember the first couple of weeks with him were touch and go. And my whole thing was like, oh shit, here we go again. And then like 2 or 3 weeks in, he just started sleeping through the night like a saint. And I was like, I cannot believe how different these two are. You know what I mean? Would nap for hours. You know what I mean? Could get work done. It was a joy for both, but it would have been at the end. It would have been a whole different experience if those two came opposite, right? That whole thing. But dude, you guys are going from, this is the thing about being a new parent. You're going from expectation to experience. And the cool thing about experience in general, but also especially with being a parent, is you could never get less. You know what I mean? You're going to go from 0 to 60 in experience in no frames, in no time. And like everything you thought and all your fears, you're going to learn so much. Like all that stuff is in the offing. I love what Ben said about instinct. Like a lot of it really is instinct. I think I marvel with this, especially with women, but for dads too, like a lot of it, like we watch nature shows, right? Like how does that male penguin know to carry the egg on the feet? Fucking male penguins, the dad penguins have nothing on us. You know what I mean? Like we're the same. Like we just know, like you just kind of know. It's kind of amazing.
If you carry your baby on your feet, though, you'll probably get arrested.
Let's not.
I thought it was adorable. Yeah, I thought it was adorable to do that. Dagan, why are you carrying the baby on your feet? And Dustin, I didn't know too. Like you have a greater maturity, even though I was a few years older than you. I think because I didn't. First of all, I like what you said, Dustin, because as a couple, you do with kids and with everything, you do keep each other honest. In other words, like I was very career minded as well, especially in my 30s. Like I just was. It was creative director or bust, this studio or bust. And like, I was very narrow minded. It was kind of tunnel vision-y at that point. And Helene always kept me honest in that. She's like, I don't give a shit if this is a super labor intensive episode and you're going to be gone. We're going to Disney World. Like the end, like that's it. And I'm so glad we did that. I know I tell this story sometimes, but I saw my wife's a teacher. They were rebuilding her school. My daughter was 4 at the time. We grabbed some Wawa. We got our little sack full of Wawa. We met Helene for lunch in between classes. Construction worker in his 60s. Got out of the car, walking up to the front of the building. Construction worker at the school, probably in his 60s. Stopped me. I was holding Lilia's hand. She was 4. He was like, dude, she's going to be smiling, super friendly guy. Dude, she's going to be 18 tomorrow. Like, enjoy every second of this. Random dude. I had no idea who this guy was. Stay with me for the rest of my life. She's going to be 18 next year. It goes that fast. I watch some of my contemporaries that have younger kids now, and they work like crazy, and they're making thousands and thousands of dollars a week, and they're doing very well. But I love what you said, Dust. Like the kids don't care. Mm-hmm. They don't care. They don't care if you have a 3-car garage with 2 Mercedes in the driveway and they're going to private. They don't care. You know what I mean? Like you have to be cognizant of how fast it's going to go. And the fact that you already are, because that was a learning curve for me, man. That really was. And, Helene was constantly in my ear with that. I'm so glad that she was, because I don't know how it would have went had she not, kept me honest with that. It was like, we're going away. We're spending family time. You can't just work all the time, that type of thing. That was our challenge. You know what I mean? And I kept her honest with other things. Maybe, I don't know. She's really the wise one of the relationship, but it's good that you're mindful of that already. Because again, that's something I learned as I went along. I didn't know. I had a workaholic father. You know what I mean? It was the same thing. I just fell into that same trap. But it's good to know that and just be like, because now I look back and I'm like, I spent all that time with the kids. I never was an absentee dad, and maybe I would have been, because you don't realize how fast the time's flying out the window. So yeah, dude, I'm super excited for you guys. I think it's going to be awesome. Ben, you're going to be an uncle. Dude, you know what, Dust? I should close on this parting shot. Yes. The Furmans, right? Mr. and Mrs. Furman, they're going to be grandparents now. Now we're entering a whole nother realm, right? Yeah. How do they, and you guys, you have that support system of parents that modeled really good behavior, but you also have that built-in advice thing of like, you admire them, you love them so much, you admire them as parents and the job they did. Now you're directly, plugged in. They're in line for like your surrogate advice system. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Like, take the advice from the people that you trust them. For me, it was my parents too.
Yeah.
They always gave the most practical advice. Wasn't always the warm and fuzziest stuff. Right. But they were just like, dude, it's gonna, like, you're over coddling or whatever. My parents were very balanced. They were the ones I really relied on for like die hard, drop dead, end of the day advice. Like, I always went with what they said. Because I know,
the biggest threat to baby Furman is going to be our friend Brandon, honestly.
Why?
No, I'm just kidding. Brandon's great.
Dude, I think Brandon...
He's going to learn some stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Baby Furman's going to learn some stuff.
Brandon might be as excited or more excited than I am for this baby in some way. He's like, maybe not more excited, I joke, but he is pumped. And I'm excited just because Brandon... We always joke, he's rough around the edges. He taught Ben's kids how to say douchebag on accident. So, that's what we're saying. A little, but I am so excited just to see him like sitting on my couch holding a baby. I mean, that's going to be awesome. So,
yeah, those are the things to look forward to, man. I can't find out. I can't wait to find out the kid's name. I love names.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait. That's like my favorite thing. I cannot wait. You could sit here guessing all day. I have no idea. I'm thinking it's One Piece related.
Yeah, Luffy Furman. Gear 5 Luffy Furman. So
that would be guess number one.
We didn't find out if we were having a boys either time. We didn't find out if we were having a boy or a girl. And we had names, like a name for each one picked out for each gender potential. And we didn't tell anybody. We didn't know the gender. We didn't tell anybody the names. And so I know people are like, close to Dustin are like, Dustin, just tell us the name. And I'm like, we didn't tell anybody the name or like, that was fun. I understand wanting to know the gender.
That's fun.
Sure, but we were like, well, let's just roll the dice. We'll figure it out.
I love that.
Yeah.
So you couldn't paint the kids' rooms. You couldn't paint the nursery, right? Or you got to keep it neutral at that point.
I think I kept it like a light gray or something. I don't know. We picked out like, again, all this stuff we didn't use, but I think like some of the bedding and stuff that we got for the crib was penguin. So like penguins can go either way.
There you go. Back to penguins.
But yeah, I like not knowing the name.
I love that
of somebody's baby
or
whatever. Yeah, I think that's cool.
Now, Ben,
you don't want people to be like, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, please.
The worst thing about like if you like, I'm just making up a name here.
Yeah.
Dustin's like, hey, we're gonna name my baby Greg, and then you have people like, oh, that's kind of a dumb name. Then you give them the opportunity to say that. Whereas if the baby's born and you're like, my baby's name is Greg, they're like, oh, great, cool. That's even if they don't like that name or whatever. That's just an example, whatever, any name. But that was one of the reasons we didn't tell people the names we picked out, because I was like, I don't want anybody to influence the name I like. I don't want anybody to say or give it like a weird look because I like it, and the baby's not going to know any different. So that's the name. I don't want you to give me that weird look. Yeah.
How many people are going to think that was a not so veiled kind of funny reference?
To be honest with you, I can't remember the last time I thought about kind of funny. That's the real diss. It had nothing to do with Greg.
I wanted to ask you, Ben, with your 2 girl names that you had picked out, did you ever give those away? Did you ever offer those up and say, these are not going to go, we're not going to use these?
So we had a girl name for the first kid. And then when we didn't have a girl, we were just like, well, if we have a girl next time,
you'll carry it over.
And then we've never had a girl, and I still don't think I ever want to tell anybody the name.
That's
there's still potential. I mean, all tubes are intact. There's still potential that we could have another kid. It's not in the plans or the cards or anything, but yeah, I don't know. And maybe we'll take it to the grave.
Just dude, you know what you do? You give it to one of your boys when they're having a kid. If they have a daughter, right? That's cool. I never thought of that.
But what if my kid then says, that's a stupid name? I'm like, well, you could have been named that if you were a girl.
Just chop the legacy, the potential right there.
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Well done, my friends. Well, listen, Cog has another family-related episode. So let's drive a little wedge in there. I'm going to go to Ben. And you got a good one. This is one of those topics where I'm like, how have we not talked about this yet, right? It's like one of those, I don't know how this wasn't done already. So take it away, my dude.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I got distracted.
That's all right.
You good.
I thought you were talking about Cog, but mine is flying. And this actually partially kind of ties in there, or one of my fun stories is to do with kids. I want to know, this has nothing to do really about, it's a total subject change here. But do you guys like to fly? Do you like the process of flying? Do you like going to the airport? Do you like booking the tickets? Are you more focused on the destination, etc.? And then, about flying, whether you like it or not. I want to hear some of your best experiences flying. Maybe you got upgraded to first class, or maybe you got a free ticket to the Star Lounge or whatever they call them in the airports, or maybe you hate flying. The whole process of being in the air is terrifying. You hate Delta because one time they spilled wine on your pants. I don't know, whatever the experiences are. And then just in general, just the whole experience of flying, do you get freaked out when you hear about a plane mishap, a door flying off in the air, a plane crash? Does that make you hesitant at all? My story that I was going to share is that I've been flying as long as I can remember, with my parents, of course, when I was a kid. Not that we flew a lot, but there were occasions where we had to fly. Especially, there was an instance where my grandfather had a cerebral hemorrhage, and so my dad needed to get there to we lived 1,000 miles apart from each other. My dad needed to get there ASAP. Eventually, we ended up taking flights, and I'm sure it was a burden, a financial burden. Not that not going was a burden, but it was a financial burden. And I remember that flight. I was so sad about the situation as a really young kid, but so excited to be on a plane for the first time. That was really. I was I don't know if I should express my excitement here. Even as a kid, I was struggling with that. But have you had really good experiences flying? Have you had really bad experiences flying? I guess I just want to talk about flying in general. Those of us not in the high roller class, we're flying coach most of the time. Mm-hmm. Maybe we're even flying economy or whatever they call the lower tier. God forbid, which I do, you fly Spirit if you have to. The tickets are $65 round trip. You're taking that flight. I'm sorry. That's just what's going to happen for me, at least. But I don't know. I'll throw it off to you guys. I've been on a lot of trips on planes. I've flown as little as an hour and as much as 10 hours. Dustin, we'll go to you first. I think just because I just got done talking about the flying part. You recently, you flew to Japan and back. That's a very long flight. And you and I have been on lots of trips together as well. And I know you've been on plenty of trips on planes without me, but throw it to you first. Do you like flying? What are good experiences? What are bad experiences? What's your favorite part of the flight? The whole flight process? What's your least favorite part? Take it wherever you want.
Yeah, I would say overall, I do actually enjoy being on flights. Of course, the most annoying part, which it's gotten, I would say, pretty good the last few years that I've been flying, is that the whole airport thing sucks. Getting in, often, if you are flying a Spirit, as Ben and I did for many trips to E3 or PAX or whatever, getting there insanely early, going through security, whatever. It really isn't stressful. I'm not trying to, commit an act of terrorism. I'm not hiding anything. So I have no reason to be nervous going through security. But I don't know, sometimes these TSA guys, not so nice. And I'd prefer not to be yelled at 5 a.m. And I've seen that happen in certain instances. Usually people deserve it. Sometimes they don't, whatever. But as far as flying itself, I kind of like it in that you're kind of locked in to do nothing. I guess you could, you see businessmen working on their laptops and people work on planes because they're locked in. They can't do anything else. That's fine. But I see it as a time like, okay, cool. I've got my Switch or Steam Deck or whatever. And this is nothing else to do. There's no distractions. I'm not paying for in-flight Wi-Fi. So it's like, no one's going to be texting me. I can't look at Twitter or whatever. I'm just locked in. And so you can play a game or whatever. They come around, get a little drink, which of course you got to get ginger ale, something like that. Something bubbly.
100%.
Ooh, very nice.
100%.
But yeah, of course there's many annoyances on the plane. It's the number one annoyance has to be when you are leaving the plane and you're landed and you're waiting to get out and everyone immediately stands up. Even if you're in the very back, people are standing up. It's like, yo, we're not getting out of here for at least 15 minutes. Take a seat, brother. Your bag's going to be there. No one's going to swipe your bag. Take a seat. And then there's people trying to weasel around. Someone's like drop someone's bag on someone's head inevitably. That whole process, it's just I hate it. But it's an unfortunate just thing that has to happen getting on and off a flight. I was pretty nervous about the flight to Japan being that it's so fucking long. It is. We flew from Pittsburgh to Chicago and then from Chicago all the way to Tokyo. And I will say overall, it really wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected because of being prepared be like, okay, I have multiple things to do. I have melatonin gummies if I want to try to knock myself out for a bit. Nice. I have something for headaches, whatever. I'm set. And especially, dude, the international flights, they feed you. And I'll be honest, not all the food I had on those 2 trips was good, but the one they had Indian food, like butter chicken. I'm like, dude, this is actually kind of fire. This is
What
good.
Airline did you fly, Dust? What airline was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. How long was the flight?
What was that?
How long was the flight? One way.
I'm trying to remember exactly how long
16 or 17 hours.
Yeah.
But I don't remember.
That makes sense.
Somewhere in the 15-ish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a very long time to be on a plane, but it's cool when some of these long flights too, they will provide alcohol as well. Even in the back in coach. So, which drinking on a flight seems like an insanely bad idea, especially if you're prone to dehydration. So I didn't go hard or anything like that, but it's like, dude, I'm drinking. I'll be honest, I was eating on the way to Japan. I was eating this delicious butter chicken. I was like, I don't want a beer. I'm having a White Claw, baby. I'm like, I'm the king here. I got delicious food. I got a White Claw. Man, I'm balling out back here in coach. This is great.
You're really taking the stereotype to a new level. White guy going to Japan, drinking a White Claw.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's impressive.
Unashamed. I am who I am, and that's fine. Surprise! The one flight on it was either on the way or they're on the way back. I don't remember. We were beside a woman with a toddler, and I thought, oh no. But Holly's like, it's okay. She's like, I like kids a lot. Like it's not that I don't hate kids at all, but I wasn't necessarily looking forward to sitting beside a toddler on a 15-hour flight. Holly's like, I'm going to sit in the middle. It'll be good. And the kid was pretty well behaved. He was cried a few times, but the middle section ended up being completely open on this flight. And the flight attendant was like, why don't you take this entire row for you and your kid? So then Holly and I had 3 seats for the 2 of us. So it ended up being
worked out.
I think on one of the flights too, we had 3 seats again. So we were dude, it was.
Ooh, you were balling.
It was prime.
It's always the best when like, you get to the gate. They're like, hey, this is a really packed flight. Everybody has to check a bag, whatever, which I never will do because even checking it at the gate, they've lost my bags before. Anyway,
yeah.
And I get on. You get on. When I went to actually, I flew to New York City recently, a couple times actually, and I got on the flight and like all these people are piling in, and I'm like, all these seats are filling up. We get to like almost ready to take off. There's one other row that's mostly empty, and nobody's in the seats next to me. And they're like, okay, we're closing the doors. And I was like, are you kidding me? And then they were like, everybody, in these seats can stretch out a little bit. It was a pretty full flight, but still, like, there's nothing but. I don't think there's any other thrill in life.
Oh, it's
like that
best.
thrill that comes when they close the door and nobody's sitting directly.
Oh, so rare.
That's
so rare, dude.
So good. Forget having a kid. That's the best feeling.
Well, and now too, I'm thinking about. I'm like, well, at some point, I will take a kid on a flight, and so I'm going to be the annoying person at some point, more than likely. But maybe not. If I can avoid it, I'd like to avoid taking a very small child on a plane. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not like, hey, we got to jump, go somewhere now with a very young kid. But we'll see what happens. But the last thing I'll just say, Ben, you mentioned the dreaded Spirit Airlines, and I gotta be honest, I'm with you. It's depending on where you're going for the price. I'm willing to suck it up. It's not that bad. I will say. One of the flights we did on Spirit, and I guess this was a good thing. It might have been direct to California or mostly direct. So it was a long flight. By the end of that, I was feeling a little bit in those seats. Certainly.
Yeah. Strap. If I'm going to take an hour or two flight, strap me to a piece of cardboard. I can tough it out. It's fine. And I know I'm a big guy, but it's fine. But the 5-6 hour flights cross country on Spirit where you're, not that your seat really reclines on any airline unless you're in the nice seats, but like the fact that you have to sit stiff as a board on a board and they don't, you don't even get that little break in the flight with Spirit's rough. But I will say, if I can choose $120 round trip flight to California from Pittsburgh and the next closest thing is $600.
For that part.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably still going to choose Spirit because like it's a temporary inconvenience.
That's a big savings.
And I can spend, an extra few $100s while I'm there that I didn't have to spend on getting there. So
what are the other stipulations though for Spirit? Like, do you have to fly standby? Are you going to potentially get bumped? Like, are there any other things there for that?
I'll be honest. I with Spirit and some of the other budget airlines, and I mean, I feel like I've flown a lot, especially in the last 15 years. I flew a lot for work. And I flew, nicer airlines plenty of times, but the lower end airlines, other than like I've never had a bad experience at all. And they'll tell you like, your bags are supposed to, your carry-on is smaller than other or other things. And sometimes they're like, you can't even bring a carry-on. You have to bring your backpack and put it under the seat in front of you. And then you don't have any leg room, whatever. But like, I've definitely brought bags that are slightly bigger than they're supposed to be, and nobody said a word to me.
Nobody says it, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure if the flight was absolutely 100% packed, it would be a different story. But I don't know. I've just, the only bad experience I've ever had when it comes to budget airlines is just that it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I mean, unless you're in like the slightly upgraded seats or first class or something like that, to an extent, every flight is a little bit uncomfortable if you're flying far enough.
Yeah, so, no, unless you're flying first class. And for a quick hop, right, from like Pittsburgh to New York, like makes sense.
Pittsburgh to Newark, I've flown that quite a few times.
Makes sense
in my life, and what is it, Frontier or Spirit or any of those cheap ones for that flight? You get up in the air and you're back down already. Again, it doesn't matter. But I will say, even though if the price is right, I'd still pick it to go cross country. If it wasn't much more to go to a different airline, I would still pick it every time. Even though I've never had a bad experience. I've never had to do the fly standby thing or
okay, that's good.
That.
That's it's starting to make. I'll tell you this. We flew Frontier for the first time. Every winter we try to go away somewhere warm. And Helene wanted to go down to Marco Island in Florida and Old Naples and stuff. And we did that. And it was a nice trip, but we flew Frontier on the way back from Fort Myers. And it turned out to be fine. And it was very inexpensive. But I will say that they freaked us out because it was a pretty big plane and it was almost full, but not quite. Like, let's say there were 9 seats open. They redistributed people for weight distribution, which I had never seen anybody do that before on a plane.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, this is freaking me out. Like, why do they have to move 4 people around the plane to distribute the weight? Because, and my father-in-law, who was a business executive who did a lot of traveling, was like, I have never heard of that.
Oh, dude, I feel like anytime there's extra space on the, like, my whole life, I feel like they've done that.
I was like, Dad, you flew first class your entire, like, what, of course you didn't know what was going on back there with the peasants. Like, you never heard of that. I get it. That type of thing. But that was the only thing that freaked me out. But I agree with you, Ben. It turned out we flew into Trenton, which is a very tiny airport in Jersey. And that was weird, but that had nothing to do with the flight. Yeah. It turned out to be perfectly acceptable. And again, it's only 2 hours from Fort Myers to Philly, right? Whatever, 220 or whatever.
To tie in the flying thing, I forgot to mention this earlier with Dustin's becoming a parent. My kids we went on a cruise in February with like my whole extended family, and it was great. The cruise was fun. My kids had never been on, Emily and I had been on several cruises before the kids were born, but we'd never been on one with them. So that was a fun experience. But the flying part, neither one of them had ever flown before. They're 8 and 10. They'd never flown before, and my oldest was like a little nervous, but he was fine. My youngest was very, very excited. He did not seem to have any nerves at all. And I'm sitting next to him. We ended up sitting on opposite sides of the aisle because there were extra seats. And we get ready to take off, and he's not like crying, freaking out loud. He's just sitting there in the seat looking out the window, and tears start coming down his face.
Oh no.
And I'm like, what's wrong, buddy? And he's like, what are you kidding? I'm scared. And I'm like, what are you scared of? And I mean, I knew what he was scared of. I was just trying to talk to him to calm him down. And he's like, we're going in the air. What if we crash? And I was like, explaining to him, things that kids don't always grasp, probabilities, and like, you're safer in here than you are in the car. How many car wrecks have you been in your life? I've been in several.
Right.
None of them have been my fault. How many? And I've flown, 5 dozen times, and I've never been in a single crash or anything like that. So like, I'm trying to explain that stuff to him, and he was fine. But then like the moment we got into the air, like, far enough up where we were pretty close to the clouds, he was like then crying because he was so happy, and he was like so excited about it.
Kids are the best.
And then of course, this is just an unrelated gripe. This was on Spirit actually, because it was just down to Miami. It wasn't a very long flight at all, but he gets out his 3DS and he's playing it, and he didn't bring his headphones with him, even though I reminded him 4 times to bring his headphones. So he's got the sound on, and over the engines, whatever, you can barely hear it. But like, it was enough that the flight attendant was like, hey, could you turn that down or put headphones in? And so I ended up giving him my headphones because I had extra ones. And then the flight attendants, like all 6 of them, because on Spirit, they have nothing else to do, because they're not only are they not giving you a drink, which isn't the real purpose of a flight attendant. The real purpose of a flight attendant is to keep everybody on the plane in line. Yes. Well, they weren't doing that either. All of the flight attendants sat directly behind us and proceeded to be the loudest of any people. Not just any loudest of flight attendants, any people I've ever heard on a plane sitting directly behind us.
That's a shame.
After they told my kid to turn down his game system that was distracting him.
Oh, dude.
But that's probably, honestly, that is probably the worst experience I've ever had, other than like a flight getting delayed, and that's an inconvenience, but it's not like the flight was a bad experience.
Yeah.
But that was a fun experience. I guess that was my point, is tying that in with being a dad. Like, I love flying, and getting to see my kid both my kids on their first flight, and getting to watch one of them have the total dread shifting to total like elation was really cool, just to be able to like watch him go through that. So,
do you guys remember your first takeoff? I mean, that's one of the that's probably, as a human being, right? That's probably the fastest you're going, fast in the air, but that's probably the fastest you'll feel going of anything in your life. Like, that sensation of going that fast on the ground is still exciting to me. Right? That's fun.
I remember it. I don't remember much about it, but my dad always liked to drive fast cars, so I had that feeling a lot. Actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Probably when I was a kid. But Cog, I know you fly a lot for work. You fly a lot for pleasure. You fly a lot for gaming conventions and stuff like that too. Mm-hmm. Tell me, you're a man of exquisite taste. I want to hear about some of your flying experiences, the process, the airlines you like and don't like, the crying babies or talkative old men next to you on the flight. Talk to them.
I love this topic, man. Because I'm like Dagan said, I'm surprised this, because I was looking over the docs, like this never came up before. This is a great topic. Yeah, I have a lot of experience. Shout out to Mama Cog first. We have London roots, so at a very young age, at least some London family descendants over there, and she would fly me over there. At like I remember 4 and 6, and like different ages, at very young. So I got accustomed to being on the longer flight. 7-8 hour, that kind of thing. And I vaguely remember my first flight as a child, but I do remember how things have changed. And I think for me, we used to do, I think she used to pick British Airways or something. And like when you'd get a flight, like you'd get a full course meal. Mm-hmm. It was a thing. Like that generation, like they took care of you, like really quality food. And to see where it is now is like when they come over with the dusty crackers and a little, with ginger ale, the most you're getting is the type of, drink you want. And then if you want anything quality, you got to get to that little booklet, and then you got to go through whatever the package, whatever the thing is, and pay this exorbitant amount for something that's kind of average. So it's funny to see how things have changed. As far as my first time alone, was interesting because that I was actually nervous for. That was to see my dad, and I was flying to Atlanta. And my first flight alone was the worst experience. Like everything went wrong. Like I was a little nervous. Super bad turbulence. I remember also it was my first flight alone was a connecting flight for the first time.
Oh man.
And they were like, you got to connect in this city and then this, that, and the third. And my dad was stressed. He's like, yo, you going to be all right? And luckily I got it together at the end of it, but I missed the connecting. Not through my fault of my own, on the fault of the airline. So I had to stay in the hub airport, then go through the process. But they were very nice, the airline that he picked, to get that done for me. But I remember that was definitely not the greatest experience. Generally, my flight experiences now, like I love to fly. Obviously, I love to travel, love to go a lot, go different places. Like kind of like Dustin said, like for me, flying is an excuse to catch up on backlog, right? And it's just like now in this age, I got my ROG Alley or you got your Steam Deck, and I'm excited. Like I'm making a whole production. I bring the thing down, my tray down. I'm looking for the outlet. I will commandeer the outlet before I'm very selfish about that. Anyone in that row, you're not getting that outlet. Look, bro, we're gonna have a system. I need to charge because I've been with executives and they've got their laptops and they're trying to, dominate the whole flight. And I'm like, bro, I need some power. So that's the first thing. I would say start like I like as far as the process of going to the airport and all that stuff. I gotta shout out Newark Airport, man. That airport is my favorite airport.
I never been.
Oh my! First
never
of all, it's
been.
Beautiful, tons of options, restaurant. Just it is so much from the amenity side, and it's clean. It's beautiful. Look, I'm a New York guy through and through, but LaGuardia. I mean, I think they redid what you call LaGuardia recently.
Yeah,
but old LaGuardia and JFK is not even a comparison, bro. It's not even like these airports are nice. And I've been to a ton now. And I'm like, all right, Chicago, you okay? All right, LAX, you're okay. You ain't EWR, baby. There's nothing better than Newark. Come on, fix your face, baby. Have you been to EWR?
No.
Come on.
Yeah, I've been to EWR plenty of times.
What's up?
The problem with EWR is that it is so nice. You're paying $15 for a water.
Yes. It is the bougiest of experiences.
Yes.
There's no question.
Oh, that's interesting.
I remember one time we went to PAX or something. We had to stop at EWR. We had a couple hours. We were like, man, I got to eat. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. There's all these sit down places. That's great. Whatever. Just give me a sloppy old McDouble from McDonald's. There's not one there. It's like you want something to eat, you're minimum in for $10.
Oh, it's
minimum.
upscale. Okay.
That's a fact.
Which is great. You're right. It's a nice airport. But when I'm traveling, I want my money to be spent in the place I'm going, not the journey. So that's the only downside. Otherwise, EWR is really nice. I love flying into EWR when I'm going to the city because you just hop on the tram. You're downtown within like 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. But other than that, it sucks.
There will be no EWS later. I'm gonna let that rock though.
I will tell you this. I was in EWR one time for like 4 hours just because of a weird layover or something. This is a couple years ago.
Tell me.
And I was like, even more on a budget than I am now, of course. But I was like, I got to get something to drink, but whatever. I'm just gonna walk around and look at some of these shops.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, that place. They're all run by the same. They're all selling the same drinks. They have fixed prices. But there were a couple little shops where like a guy had a cooler and he was selling. Let's say it was a candy store. I don't even know what a good candy store name would be. It was called. Let's say the candy store was called Candy Store.
Okay.
And he'd have like a cooler there, and it said Candy Store Merchandise, and it was just bottles of water with like a piece of tape around it that said Candy Store Merchandise, and he was selling them for like $2 a piece. Now maybe they eventually cracked down on them. I don't know, but I thought that was awesome. That was
my God!
This guy knows. This guy knows nobody wants to pay $15 for a bottle of water, and I'm only slightly exaggerating. I think the cheapest water I found was like $5 at EWR.
Wow.
Again, you're flying, you're in a captive audience. I get it. People got to make their money, but I got to not die. I got to not dehydrate and also be able to afford my bills at the end of the month. So
I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that I remember my introduction to like a star lounge, or so to speak, and being like really happy about, okay, I have a layover. There's a cool comfort place to kind of chill, decompress, get power, or, get a couple shut eye for a little bit. I would say another experience that I'll start with the positive, the most positive, and then I'll start with the and then I'll do the negative. So the positive, this was like 2012. I had flew out to Vegas. This is what in my IT bag. I'm getting my certifications. I was getting a Windows Server certification. It happened to be at the conclusion of the certification, Hurricane Sandy happens. So I'm in Vegas. I'm like, yo, they like, bro, I don't know if you're gonna be able to get home. Like, you may need to reserve a couple more days in Vegas where I got certified, because it's going to be crazy. So I'm like, all right, I'm stressing out, going through the process. And they were like, oh, come the next day or whatever. So the airport is an absolute disaster. Everyone's freaking out how they're going to get home. We're hearing the reports and so on and so forth. So this, I don't know if they do this now. This was back in the day, United. So I'm getting there and my flight was not canceled. So I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to be able to make this flight. It's going to be fully booked. I don't care, whatever. So I go to the front desk and they're like, look, we're taking options for people who can take a later flight. So I'm like, man, I want to go home. I'm not trying to do, a later flight. So then she's like, all right. I said, just for asking, like, what's the options? So she was like, yeah, for like, 4 hours later, you could put you on this other flight and then we'll cut you a check right now for $2,000. Oh, yes, please. For $2,000, you going to cut me a check right now, right in the face. Boom. Here you go, sir. I was drinking on that money. I was in the lounge. I was doing it up. Now, I'm assuming they have stopped this process.
I don't think they have.
Really?
And I think they'll negotiate with you. Like, if you say no, they'll up the dollar figure.
Bro, it was only like a 3 hour or something.
Yeah, that's
delayed.
Not bad. Dude.
Man, I was lit with that $2,000.
Back when I was working for the college and I wasn't married yet, didn't have a family, whatever. It didn't matter. It was my time. I travel for work, and this was, I don't even know what airline it was, but I remember they would constantly overbook the flights, and then they would ask for people who were willing to be bumped to a later flight. And sometimes it was like an hour later. Sometimes it was like 6 hours later, whatever. But I'm like, I don't got to be home. I don't got anybody to see. I don't need to be home like, if I go back home, I'm just going to go back to work, like whatever. And they every time it was, if you will allow us to bump you to another flight, we'll give you a free ticket for anywhere in the continental US that expires in 24 months. And it's a first class ticket.
Oh,
every time they offered that, I took it.
That's beautiful.
Every single time. Now, I feel like every time recently that I've had a flight messed up or something, they're like, well, sorry. And I'm like, well, you're telling me there's no more flights till tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. Can you like get me I remember one time somebody put me in a hotel. I think it was Delta put me in a hotel overnight. They paid for it, whatever, because it was, it was on them. And now like, I think it was United recently was like, all the flights got canceled for tonight. The pilot had a medical issue, and I'm like, well, I certainly don't want to be on that plane, but also like, you're telling me I got 12 hours to the next flight. He's like, yeah, sorry.
Wow.
Sorry for your inconvenience. We can give you an extra 3,000 Sky Miles. And I'm like, that's like a tenth of a ticket. What am I going to do with that? But I'm sure if you had a nice enough airline or a nice enough flight, but yeah, I just feel like too many people figured out how to abuse the system that they.
Yeah.
It was
a lot
such
of
a
them
bad
did stop
model.
that. There's probably some that still do.
Yeah, how can they sustain that model? It was so broken.
Because what else you gonna do, Dagan? You gonna fly you gonna build your own airline and fly there? Like you're captive.
I know, but they only have so many resources, right? They're always claiming bankruptcy and everything. It's like they're operating this roulette wheel at the counter. And it's so funny too. They give these people the leave to negotiate. They're handling thousands and thousands of dollars. Like it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting that's not going on as much. I wasn't aware of that.
At least in my experience, it may still be, but not in my experience.
So like I said, that was really cool. And then I want to shout out Meta. I mean, I was obviously a person that usually fly economy plus. I don't go too crazy, but I remember kind of like getting access to like corporate cards, and it's like they would get mad at me when I would book economy. Like, what are you doing?
Wow.
What are you doing? Like,
I'm nice.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be the brother that got the corporate card and just ring it up. Listen, you ain't going to do that to me. Sorry, I know that trap. So they would actually cancel my reservations and tell me, no, if we're going to Dublin, you need to do this. And I'm like, all right, we go, And I will say, look, it's nice. It's cool. I will say, though, I'll push back a little bit. I feel it's a little overrated outside of yes, you have more leg room. The seat is comfortable. Hey, sir, would you like it? Yeah, it is cool. I'm not going to say that. But after all the years of never doing first class and then finally doing it, part of me is like, that's a little overrated for this price. That's just me. And then the last thing I'll say as far as the worst experiences, Southwest Airline, you got to come to the front of the congregation. I'm not the biggest Southwest fan. Yeah, I know, Dustin. I'm sorry.
I hear bad things.
I hate the boarding process. It is just free for all. Everybody throwing elbows. It's just I can't. The lack of structure really bothers me. Also, I had a bad experience with them losing my luggage when I went, to flew out to LA, I believe, and I was just like, man, I've always had bad experiences with them. As far as the airport stuff, like Dustin said, you always got the extra aggressive TSA pre-check dude. I mean, not the TSA dude for no reason that, being really extra or, they want to go through your stuff. And, you may have, if it's my fault, no doubt. If I didn't have a travel size thing, then fair, it's on me or whatever. But sometimes like these guys are really extra aggressive. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. And I think the final thing I would say is COVID era was kind of rough, just getting adjusted. Mask for the whole flight, that kind of thing. That was kind of tough. And Dagan, you would appreciate this. So as a kid, mostly all my life, I've always been the window seat guy. With the window seat, I want to look, you're a kid, you want to see things, you want stimulus, right? But as you get older, that old man bladder kick in. Bro, you appreciate the aisle seat now because I hate bothering people because some people, they be sleeping next to me. I'm like, damn, I ain't going to be able to hold this much. And I'm going to have to wake 2 people up to go across.
That's tough.
And I'm not the smallest guy, right? So you got that. I appreciate the middle seat stories. Y'all know about that. Oh, I got one for Dustin. I'm so jealous of you because you guys went to Japan or whatever, and you had that experience with the aisles open. I remember one particular flight, Virgin Airlines, you got to come to the front of the congregation too. Me and my mom flying to London. The flight is not packed. There are 3 rows of empty seats. It's me and my mom and another person, right? The doors close. I'm like, oh, we good because, look at everything's open. All right, No, sir, you cannot move to the other seat.
That's weird.
What?
Why?
For 8 hours, I got to stare at paradise and comfort, and you guys won't allow us to move?
Wow.
Yes. I was completely they got the worst review.
That's odd.
Yeah. I've never seen that before because
I never have either.
Yeah, every other flight, open and seat there.
It's open.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Don't worry about it. So yeah, that was my other story as far as the seat stuff. But yeah, I do like the process of flying. It's a weird experience. It's a fun experience. But for the most part, I do like traveling, going to different cities, experiences, stuff like that. So love this topic.
It's a good one.
Dagan, tell me about your flying experiences, desires, hates, loves.
I have a very bipolar relationship with flying. I love to travel. I'm not in love with flying But the thing is, I'm not really scared of what most people are scared of. Like, I'm not afraid of heights. It's on a very short list of things I'm actually not afraid of. I don't relish the thought of burning in a fireball at 30,000 feet and plummeting to the earth. Like, I'm not jazzed about that, but I don't really worry about it. For me, the flying is more my claustrophobia. I don't like being locked into that tube. You know what I mean? My claustrophobia is so bad that I don't like tunnels that I'm in the middle of where I can't see either the entrance or the exit. Oh, wow. Like driving down south, I have to go through the Harbor Tunnel in Maryland, which is literally, guys, 45 seconds. And I get frantic. Like my claustrophobia is pretty bad, you know, because I'm just like, if there's an accident in this tunnel, I have to stay in here. I'm getting out and I'm walking to I can't. So it's really my claustrophobia. And you guys know that whole funny thing. I'm not trying to be comedic when I say this, but I don't like windows that I can't fit out of. I'd rather just not be a window, you know, like you remember being a backseat passenger in a small car. It's got that little wedge shaped window. Yep, drives me out of my mind. I'd rather not be there. I can't fit through that thing if I need, you know what I mean? So it's really my claustrophobia. I've had to become very stoic once I've had kids because they both, especially my daughter, but both kids really like to travel and they're not really put off by the idea of flying. They fly relatively, they fly a couple of times a year, you know, so they're relatively acclimated into flying. So I've had to become stoic through them. I will say the one thing that I disagree with a lot of people on, and maybe I've just gotten very lucky, but I don't mind airports. I just never really had a bad experience. I think the key with me, and to the point of ridiculousness, I'll admit, is that if you give yourself plenty of time for catching your flight, whether you're coming or going, I think it could be a relatively pleasant experience. A lot of people from this area may argue with me, but first of all, I think Philadelphia's TSA is one of the best. It's very fast. It's not that they're overly friendly or anything like that, but I have the personality where I'm trying to kill you with kindness anyway, because I want to see if you're impervious to my charm. So I was like, so very rarely do I get treated overly rudely. And I just find that's the key. Like if I get there with plenty of time, now I'm the first idiot that's sitting at the gate 2 hours early. You know, it's like me and the tumbleweeds. And that's ridiculous because it's kind of a waste
that hasn't taken off yet. Don't you hate that when you go and you're like, this isn't my gate, the wrong thing? Oh, I'm here so early.
Dude, it's so funny that you say that, Ben, because I'm trying to think. From 2017 through whenever we stopped, 2020-ish, I guess it was sometime in 2021, I was going to LA every few months to be with Colin and record the show. And I flew always from Philly to LAX. And I think always flew red eye, always flew Alaska, which shout out Alaska. That was a cut above it. It wasn't, the thing about Alaska was it wasn't that much better, but it just had a certain amount of amenities.
Yeah.
I don't think the flight attendants were great, which I take personally because our mom's a flight attendant. And I think she prided herself on like that old fashioned flight attendant hospitality that the airlines once prided themselves on, right? Like she was really into the service and being like a flight attendant in terms of comforting you and providing you with what you needed and all that kind of thing. So when I get a bad one, I always think of her because she ended up getting promoted and trained flight attendants and stuff. So I'm very dialed into the flight attendant thing. But when I flew, you know, from, you know, those red eye flights from Philly to LAX and back again, Alaska, he always insisted on Alaska, and I was glad because they just, you know, it's like the purple LED lighting. They have the built-in entertainment system with the flight tracking. You could see where you're at. There's just those little things just made it. I didn't think the flight attendants were great. Pilots weren't overly communicative, which kind of bothered me, but always on time. You know what I mean? And again, maybe I've just, whether I was flying for work or, you know, which I never flew for the day job. Well, that's not true. I did early on in my career. I was flying back and, you know, from New York to LA sometimes. And I lived in LA for a little while, but for the most part, it's flying for leisure with my family. And I never really had a bad experience with an airport. The worst TSA I think I ever experienced, ironically, was coming back from Houston. And I was like, I can't believe, and that was for the, our LSM show a couple of years ago. And I just like, I can't believe how bad this is compared to Philly. I don't know. Houston's a big city.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't, the only airport that freaks me out is Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta. That airport is just I've never flown to it. I'm very familiar with Atlanta, but I've always driven there. I've only stopped there in that airport on way to other places as a holdover. And that airport is so big and so busy that I get freaked out. I'm just like, so this busy. Place is too much.
I've never flown to Atlanta, but I've had Atlanta as a connection many times. And every time, without fail, and this is, I don't know, I want to say it's probably 10 times. Every time I've ever gone to Atlanta, it's so busy that something happens. They can't land on time. The flight gets, because it's so busy. And then you land and nothing is in the same terminal there. I swear they do it on purpose. And so Atlanta, I think probably... Well, one time they shut down something because of ice, which I don't believe Atlanta really gets that bad of ice.
That's interesting.
Whatever. One time they shut down. I was there for 14 hours on my way to New Orleans right after Katrina because I went down with the group. We rode the tram for like 10 hours. Anyway, every time I've been to Atlanta, and Dustin was with me one of the times, I've had to run from my flight to my next flight, like to the connecting flight. And I think it might be mostly because I've mostly gone there for international stuff, but not always. But Atlanta is so spread out; it's so busy.
It's huge.
It's the only airport I've ever had to run in. I've maybe had to hurry up for a connection or something before, but it's insane, and everything's so spread out. The tram is great, but it only runs so often.
Yeah,
Atlanta's rough.
That's what makes travel Atlanta. I think Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the busiest airport on the planet. Oh, and wow. They need to do something about it because I know it's in a good location as far as travel and as far as like layovers and stuff like that. And Atlanta is becoming a big destination in itself. And there's, points close to Atlanta are also popular destinations, but they do need to do something about it. But that's what makes traveling unpleasant, I think, is when you're beholden to the clock and you're in a rush. And sometimes it's not your fault. Sometimes it's the airline fault, especially if you're transferring planes and all that kind of thing. But I feel like that's the thing. Like, I just feel like, and you got to give yourself over to the price that, like Ben was saying, you got to say, all right, it's going to be a little more pricey. Just give yourself over to that. Don't let it bother you. If you just kind of embrace that mentality, the only bad thing for me, again, being in the plane, it's like, I am nervous. I try not to let on. You know what I mean? I will not go in the bathroom in a plane. That's the interesting thing.
Really?
Like, way too claustrophobic. I'm afraid I'm going to get shut in there.
Whoa.
It's unreasonable, but I cannot.
So
and
I'm
I
assuming you do a lot of bathroom prep.
Do a lot of prep.
Flight.
I'm at the gate going to the bathroom every 5 minutes because I want to make sure I'm not dealing with that. Even going to LA, and I've never been on an have I? No, the furthest I've ever been is the Caribbean. So I've never really been on an international flight. So I've never been on a flight longer than 6 hours, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, that's one thing. So I have to go, I know I won't go in the bathroom, so I have to prepare for that. And there again, I never really dealt with it because you just kind of work around those things, But I like traveling by ground. Like, I like driving and seeing places. I love cities. I'm obsessed with seeing cities. And recently my family and I drove to Toronto from here. We drove to Montreal. We've driven to other places, Boston. And I like the destination. I like the big cities. I like the little minor cities on the way. I saw Buffalo for the first time. I saw Albany. Like, it's just kind of cool. I love the countryside. I love seeing different places, different geographic regions. So I feel like you miss that on a flight. Now, in terms of time and travel, sometimes it's necessary. You got to jump on a flight. Not one of these guys that, like, I hear about, like, who's a famous person I've heard of, like Martin Scorsese won't fly, but he's got to be all over the place. So he's on a train or in a car. Like, the time drain of that practically is like, you got to really be afraid of something. You know what I mean? So I put up with it. I don't love it, but again, I'm a guy who, like, it's a weird thing. That's why I say it's a bipolar thing with me, because the dream of flying, like flight, like that dream you have of like flying like a bird or even being like a fighter jet pilot. Like, there's something so cool about that. And I still think about skydiving. Like, that stuff doesn't bother me. It's that claustrophobia being enclosed, for so long and not being, it's like being in my car is a different story. I'll just open the door myself. And I can do that on a plane.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm Charles Grodin in Midnight Run. It's like, oh my God, like I'm clammy, I'm white, like I'm freaking out, trying not to let on, trying to play it cool. But that's me on a flight. And again, it's just because I'm enclosed, And I feel like I'm relating to people, but I know you. And I don't know if you guys ever looked on a flight, but you could see the people. I always look for the people that are nervous and see if they're letting. And a lot of times they don't. But isn't it? I always wait for that one thing. Dustin was saying this earlier and it reminded me. Wouldn't it be so cool if you just got on a flight with all the people that traveled like you? Like, what if Dustin got on a plane where nobody stood up when the door opened?
I feel like
everybody would. How cool would it be? Cool or would it be freaky? Let me ask you guys that. Like the chances of being with everybody on that plane, all 100 people flew and traveled exactly like you did. Well, how cool would that be?
It'd be pretty cool.
It'd be pretty neat.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Was that always a thing?
What do you mean?
Like, maybe I just wasn't paying attention years ago, 15 years ago. I don't remember people like jumping up to rush out of the plane.
I don't know.
But maybe it was, and I just didn't care as much. But
see, I know I don't want to be in there long. So I'm like, whether whoever's booking the flight, myself, Colin, Helene, I'm like, put us as far front as you can. Because it's not that I want to I don't want to be all the way. I don't want to be on the plane extra. And I have that weird claustrophobia thing that claustrophobics can relate to where it's like, it's not as bad when you're in motion, but when you're stopped, it's worse. You know what I mean? It's like all this unreasonable thing that I got to really go to a therapist.
I will say, you and Colin, I've booked flights for both of you, and you both have very specific taste and desires.
Well, what's Colin's thing?
I don't know. He wants to be at the front of the plane, preferably first class, which is fine. It's his money. I'm just spending it for him. But you guys have both, I think, requested always like as far close to the front of the plane as possible. And I'm like, okay, but that's an extra. Like now, because you can't just book either first class or economy. It's gotta be either like economy plus, or whatever the one below economy is, whatever. And it's like I can do that, but it's going to double the. Like I can put you closer, not in first class. But like it goes from a $300 flight to a $600 flight. Right. So I'm always like, yeah, it's probably, but I don't care about, like, I want to be the last one on the plane. I want to be the guy they're like calling over the radio, last one in,
Going in, you're talking about.
Going into the plane. And on the way out, like, I don't want to be on there forever. But especially if I'm in a window, I will sit until everyone behind me is off the plane because I got to get my bag out of the top. I don't want to be the guy holding everybody up.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do have probably the slightest amount of claustrophobia you could have while still being claustrophobic, but I would rather be alone in my seat while everyone else is scuffling in the aisles than be mixed up in that mess of an aisle.
The mix of it. Yeah.
And just stand there. Yeah.
I think we're similar that way, Ben. Me and similar. I'll just wait. I'm like, y'all getting too crazy. I mean, it's not that serious. Provided I don't have like a connecting or something that I urgently have to miss. But like to Dustin's point, it is annoying. I'm like, everyone just rushes up and you're not moving. You're just sitting there. And I'm like, why? What is the big thing? Like, I get it. And then to my point, usually, if you're your stuff above you is not directly next to your seat, what's the point? Like, so my thing is, y'all go ahead. I'll wait, and then I'll take my time, to get through the stuff. But I know what you mean.
You get that one guy who's trying to be nice, and he just stands there holding everybody else up, trying to let you out, and it's like, go, just please. I don't want the pressure of all these people behind me.
Yeah, and then they're looking at you.
Yeah. I'm one of those guys that wants to jump up, but I'm too polite to act like an animal. So I know being at least far front, I don't have to. I'm just going to get, if the natural pecking order. What airline were you guys saying's gimmick is to not board in groups? I never heard of that.
I think you said Southwest.
Yeah, if I read Southwest had it was some old free fall.
Everybody just get on.
Fight for yourself.
They don't do assigned seats.
Yeah, the assigned seats. They didn't do that. It was just the strangest
I never
thing.
knew this.
Yeah, and I don't know if they still do that. At the time I was flying Southwest, because I've never flown them ever again after this experience. And I was just like, I am not dealing with this. This is just too chaotic. It was kind of like we have this democratic process about it. And we that was like the slogan for how they deal with it.
I never knew that.
We don't believe, but again, it could have changed. But there was a point when they had a very wild, wild west kind of when it's time to board situation. I was just like, I'm not dealing with
Wild, wild Southwest. You know what's funny though? I like the idea of having a gimmick because there's only so many things you could do. So it's like, let's try to do this to separate ourselves from the pack. But I like calling it a democratic process.
It's just like, all right, man.
But you're really clamoring to be in line to sit where you want. So yeah, the pushing and shoving and bad behavior that people are going to be getting up to.
I heard somebody say the key to Southwest is because everybody like comes on and picks their seats, is if you're at the beginning of the line, like to go in and make yourself look as large as possible and just like splay out over the seats so that hopefully no one sits next to you. And if the person who does sit next to you, they'll understand. Like they're either somebody who's going to be in the same position, or it's like somebody really tiny that doesn't care about not having a lot of room. I've never tried it myself.
Experience, Brian. I see the beefy boy here. So middle seat with them. Oh God. I was just like, I can't.
That's
a
nightmare.
Somebody was like the chick was almost sleeping on my arm. I'm like, oh, like,
that happens
with this right now.
Planes, trains, and automobiles. Now, is this whole group going to San Diego? You guys all going to SD?
Mm-hmm.
You guys, so you guys are going before too long. That'll be here before we know it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a nice flight.
Yeah.
That's a nice flight. Not too bad.
Spirit. It's Colin's money. I'm not flying Spirit.
Okay. What airline
First class,
you guys
baby?
I haven't booked tickets.
Top
Part
tier.
of it is because we're trying to. Because Dustin and I will probably be on the same flight. I've tried to hold off a little bit until baby comes. We can make sure everything's all good, and then I'll book them together. But,
that makes sense.
Yeah,
you got to be in that sweet spot for rate.
Not that me flying is dependent upon the baby, but it's just easier to book them all at once, in my opinion.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah,
flying.
It's the one last thing I want to say. I saw a tweet about this recently, and it's funny because I was thinking the same thing. I flew in January. I went out and saw COG and went to the Game Awards, checked out our venue that we had the live show at in New York City.
That was fun.
And for the last 20 years, they've been making you take, you got a laptop, you got a Switch, you got a Steam Deck, whatever. They've been making you take them out and put them through security in a separate bag. And I saw this tweet too. It's like, and then now I went through and I had my Steam Deck. I didn't take anything else with me. I had my Steam Deck. I took it out, and the guy starts screaming at me, "Put that away, read the signs." And I'm like, brother, we have spent 20 years having to take these out. As a matter of fact, if you don't take them out, you basically get frisked and arrested if you don't take them out of your bag. And now you're all of a sudden telling me I can just leave it in my bag. It's not a problem. So on the way to New York, I took it out of my bag, and they yelled at me. So on the way home, leaving EWR, I was like, okay, TSA, it's all the same organization, right? They surely have the same rules. I leave it in my bag, get screamed at for leaving it in my bag and not taking it out. I understand that things like can vary, and maybe some days they're doing checks that they aren't other days, and maybe some, whatever, because they want to change it up for security purposes. But if we can't get a clear, I've been to airports where they're like, don't bother with your shoes. Don't take your shoes off.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I've been to other airports where they tell people, in our age ranges, you got to take your shoes off. But kids and old ladies, leave your shoes on. It's
That's
like,
profiling.
Can I not put a bomb in my kid's shoe? Is that something no one's ever thought of? To imagine that using children as like as terrorist acts. No one's ever thought of that before, right? Just come up with
the rules
some
should be
the consistency.
You got to make a universal rule.
Someone close to you accidentally brought what might be considered a weapon through TSA check when we went to Texas.
My wife, Emily, her dad had given her like a little multi-tool or something years ago, and it has a little blade on it. It wasn't anything special. It was not a family heirloom, whatever. It was just like he had it in his pocket. He didn't need it. He handed it to her. She kept it, whatever.
Yeah.
It got stuffed in her purse. She doesn't carry like a huge purse or anything, but it was in like one of those weird pockets, and it had probably been there for years. She had probably flown multiple times with it, honestly. We went through Pittsburgh, not a problem. She didn't know it was there, had no idea. On the way back, they're like, "Oh, we need to go through your bag," and they're like going through, and they start giving her a really hard time. And they're like, "What do you got in here? Why are you hiding in this little pocket? Whatever." And Emily is like, she's not like a coward, but she's very meek. She's like apologetic and everything. She's like, "I didn't know that was there. I have no idea." And once they saw that she was like actually surprised, which I'm sure you could fake being actually surprised, obviously, but they were like, "Oh, we're just messing with you. You're fine, but we have to keep this." She was like, "That's fine. I don't want it. I didn't even know it was there for years, whatever." But yeah,
Wow.
It must have just been covered up by something else that they didn't see it in Pittsburgh or any of the other flights she had taken. But I was with I went on a trip to help Native American reservation down in Yuma back when I was like, I don't know, 16 or something. And on the way back, we were all working, putting up drywall, whatever, and somebody had like a knife with them, a pocket knife, and they had it in their check bag on the way down. On the way back, they had it in their pocket and just forgot about it. We almost got to the line. They realized that they ended up giving it to the family we were there with kids because they were at the airport. They dropped us off. But then we got through, and somebody else realized they had one literally in their pocket, not even like in their bag, in their pocket, and they didn't stop them for that. So this guy's like, I've had that knife for 30 years. I just gave it. I'm sure the kid was happy with it. Probably too happy with it, honestly. But it's just so weird. Like, they'll literally find like guns and hand grenades in people's bags. How much stuff's getting through that we don't know about? And obviously, I mean, I'm not advocating for less security necessarily, but is it really a problem for the average person? Probably
right.
Probably not. This is going to be controversial.
Let's go.
But I'm going to say it.
Let's do it.
The countries that have the most profiling at their airports, and I'm thinking specifically of like Israel.
Mm-hmm.
The countries that have the most profiling at their airports have the least amount of security issues. And I'm not saying, just because this guy looks the way you don't like, but like when you've been in the job long enough, you've seen the bad actors enough times, maybe you know that like this person is not from here. They've got a weird passport. They're part of, whatever. I don't know if we should do that, but maybe we shouldn't make everybody take off their shoes because one guy failed to light a bomb 20 years ago.
And
that's all I'm saying.
Hateful
I'm just saying.
That's
maybe
it
should
be
dude.
That was controversial.
Wow.
It was. And it will be. That's fine.
Brandon didn't do TSA pre-check.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with pre-check. It's just that when I'm flying, I'm usually flying with other people that don't fly as much.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And it's like, well, if I got to wait on them,
what's
the point of me having it?
Yeah, that's true. Have you guys ever seen? There's a great movie about flying. I think I've only seen it once, but it really breaks down like how to fly, and and make it sort of streamlined. And it's Up in the Air with George Clooney. I think Anna Kendrick's in that. Oh,
I thought it was my sister showed her kids like a little cartoon about flying before that she took them on the cruise. I thought that's the one you were talking about.
That's interesting. Yeah. I don't know that.
It's just like literally somebody made a video to help young children know what to expect. Which is probably helpful. I don't know. But
all right.
No, I haven't seen Up in the Air. No.
It's interesting because it's about, I think George Clooney, I forget what his role in the movie is, but he's a frequent flyer. And he goes into the whole thing right in the beginning of the movie, like how to get through TSA quick. You wear the slip-on shoes. You keep the items you have to get out in the outside compartments of your bag. Like there's a whole way of doing things when you know the drill. And it's cool because it's actually real. It's like, like I remember seeing that not too long before I started going to LA. And I was, I'm going to get the slip-on Vans. I'm going to do everything so I could just make it really smooth and enjoyable. And never had a problem with airports. I don't get stressed out about that. Maybe because I know I'm going to get stressed out on the plane. This is the last vestiges of calmness I'm going to experience. Yeah. Parking at the airport, not so great. But the thing that a lot of people don't realize is public transportation to almost any major airport is so good and relatively inexpensive that it's kind of silly to park your car if you don't have to. Every suburb with a decent train station goes to a decent major international airport. And it's funny that I'm thinking about Newark. Newark has a great NJT, right? You go right to the NJT stop in Newark, jump right on the shuttle. You can't even see the airport.
Yeah.
And it's just like boop, 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 boop. You know what I mean? You don't have, parking's the only thing.
Yeah, park's rough.
That maybe bothers me. But other than that, I don't have any problems with that. Wondering, will I jump out of a plane before? I've had 2 opportunities and passed both times. And I just feel like plane's like, you're a nuts.
You won't go in the plane bathroom, but you're considering jumping out of one.
Dude, this is how crazy I am. This is how crazy the claustrophobia is.
You and your brother have more alike sometimes with my just sometimes bafflement. And
it's not good. It's I'm the first one to say like the insanity is reaching levels of like doesn't even make sense. But there's like Helene's like, you're crazy. I would never do that. And of course you can't because you're a dad and got to be here for the kids. Things happen, but the fact of like, I'm like, how can you really appreciate life until you? And it's not this evil Knievel thing really, but it's like it's not about staring death in the face. It's just about overcoming that. It's like a roller coaster, going on the craziest roller coaster, but like times 1,000.
Well, by that logic, how can you ever appreciate being sober if you've never tried heroin, Dagan? Why don't you try heroin?
You say I've never tried it.
Oh.
Most people I know who have tried heroin either are dead or still try heroin.
That's a great point. Yeah, because I need to be in control.
Yeah.
That's the thing with drugs. That's why I can't take mushrooms, and Colin talks about dropping acid and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I can't, because I just need to be in control. It bothers me not to be. But jumping out of the plane, like the thrill of it, right? If you could just live, though, that would be the thing. You got to live. And you don't want to be that dude. I saw that one dude on Soft White Underbelly that lived through a skydiving incident, and he got fucked up, broke every bone in his body.
I think I'd rather die than
right.
That,
like honestly. That's bad. That's not.
Have you guys ever flown on like a super tiny plane? I have. I flew. Yes. So one time when I went to South America, we flew, a big plane down to Guyana to the airport.
Oh, that's cool.
And then from there we flew into the interior in a plane that was called a Grand Caravan, and it was basically a 12-passenger van with wings. And we flew like right over top of the rainforest. We actually landed at the airport. The Georgetown incident, which I've been to, or Jonestown, I mean.
Yeah.
Jonestown. I've actually been to that site, which is all, all torn apart now. But the airport where that senator got shot and all those people died, we flew into there. That was a tiny little plane. I thought that was the smallest thing, but I flew on a friend of ours that I had growing up. His dad had like his own pilot license and had a little tiny 4-passenger plane, and we went out and we flew around for like, I don't know, an hour or something. But that was really cool. But have you guys ever been on like anything smaller than like a commercial?
That's some Indiana Jones shit. I love it.
My
mom initially flew on Business Express, which I guess was an arm of Delta, which was like a commuter flight. So they flew like as far north as Boston, or maybe just north of Boston, and as far south as, I don't know, I want to say Maryland, Baltimore.
Yeah.
So it was like business jumps for executives that flew daily or, several times a week, whatever. And those were turboprop planes. They weren't jet planes.
Yeah.
That's that free. And, I don't know how many passengers, not nearly as small as the plane you're talking about, Ben, but like not a jet. That's the smallest. And that freaked me out because the turbulence was insane.
I'd love to fly on like a private jet, like Succession style, where you're up there just like hanging out.
That would be cool.
In the lounge. But those are like, my dad went on a trip with somebody and they were like, hey, you don't have to pay for the flight, whatever. We're taking the PJ. And he was like, doing what? And he's like, I'm going only for that reason. And I think he said just to like, they flew from Pittsburgh to somewhere in Florida, and the flight alone was like $50K. I mean, that's what it costs to rent the private jet with, the 2 pilots and the one flight attendant. That's something I'll probably not ever, even if I could afford that, I probably wouldn't do it, but I definitely wouldn't do it. But I kind of want to have a friend who has access to one and invite me somewhere sometime.
That's got to be cool.
Idea, we get Cog and Maddie fly to Pittsburgh, then last stand dime, private jet to San Diego.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
50K?
I like it.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It's clean.
Okay. Well,
I like it. That would be the only opportunity to sit in the cockpit, right? Because I always wanted to sit in the cockpit of a plane. I always wanted to be up there and just see what it looks like from the front, because we're always looking out the side windows.
Yeah.
So frustrating. I want to see what's coming. I want to see what's here.
When I was a really little kid, like I want to say probably 6 years old, my dad was going on a flight. This was when you could still go, like you didn't have to have a ticket to go to the terminal or whatever.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And so we would like go back with him, and as a little kid, we'd watch him get on the plane and say goodbye. And the pilot, he like looked through the cockpit and was waving at us. And the pilot was like, "Are those your kids?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Bring them down. We'll tell the attendant to go get them." So they brought me and my sister down, and I got to sit in the pilot seat of a 747 or whatever.
Nice.
I don't even think that's possible anymore.
I don't think they'll let you anymore.
Yeah.
Post 9/11.
Especially, I mean, maybe if you were already on the flight and you were like, I just want to peek inside, they'd let you. But I don't think you certainly can't get through security now without a ticket. But you definitely can't get on the plane in the cockpit that ticket.
That's cool. Right. That's closer than I've ever been, dude.
Yeah.
That was the last time. Maybe I was one of the last people to ever do that. You never know. 9/11. Thanks a lot. Screwed it all up.
Thanks for nothing, 9/11. Being an airline pilot sounds like that's a cool job too. And I know, what's interesting? Like I think they're still hurting for airline pilots. It's a good job,
Yeah, it's interesting. I know one guy who flies I barely know him, but I know his family. He flies commercial, and I think he makes like, I don't know, I want to say like $400 or $500 an hour. But he's only getting paid while he's in the air.
Okay.
Like not even on the tarmac. They're not making money. It's only while they're actually flying. And I think the flight attendants, there was a recent strike or threat of a strike, talking about how they're only getting, even though they're doing all the boarding, they're doing the getting people seated, everything like that, they're only getting paid for flight time, which
I never knew.
I mean, when you're making $300 to $400, $500 an hour, maybe that's not bad. But I wonder what it was like when your mom was a flight attendant.
I don't know if that was the case. They certainly didn't make that an hour. Like the pilots.
I'm sure the flight attendants don't.
Yeah, they historically got paid very blue collar wages. They did it because they loved it, and we did get to travel for free. We did have to fly standby though, which sucked. Right. That was one of the stipulations. But yeah, she was. I mean, she was tailor made for that job. She didn't do it until. She didn't work. She was a stay-at-home mom until I guess she started when I was 15, maybe. But yeah, she loved that. She like relished that job, and it made sense. Like it was like, yeah, okay, my mom, that's kind of her calling. Like it's kind of weird that she didn't figure it out sooner. That type of thing.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Did everybody weigh in on this one?
I think so.
We go around the horn. All right.
Maybe twice.
All right, my friend. That was a nice flight of fancy. Cracking myself up.
I think maybe
Dustin, just wait. The dad jokes are coming, dude. You're gonna do it.
I think Holly's got me covered there with all the puns. I don't know if we can handle
she's
anymore.
A pun person. That's right.
It's a good thing you're attracted to Holly, because that's the only way I can understand putting up with all her puns.
Yeah, she's not as quick on her feet right now with the puns.
No,
the pregnancy.
That's interesting.
Getting to her, but
yeah,
she'll be back. Man, she'll be back.
I like pun. I'm a self-admitted pun person. I want to say I don't like them, but I laugh every time somebody says one. So what does that mean? Right? I'm not too
bad for them.
I'm right there without. All right, my friends, let's do this. Cog, I want to go to you for the next one. You have another family-oriented one. I think this is one that's been on my mind, ironically. So take it away, dude.
Yeah, Dustin had me thinking. Obviously, we're compiling the thoughts of what we're gonna do for Stelly, and had a great one about being a dad, and it just got me thinking because like I said, I've been on the whole taking time off and holiday, and then you get the call from Mama Cog, and I had to go back, and I spent a lot of time with her this week, a ton of time. So I wanted to talk about appreciating our parents as they age. And, for me, my mom and dad are separate, but, I started with my mom first, very, very strong woman, very, very passionate. I'm very appreciative of her. Like education was very big at a young age. She taught me how to read at a very young age. She's a teacher herself. And, it's funny because the things that your parents do, especially my mom does, that really annoys me. Now I'm learning to appreciate her foolishness. So basically what it is like my mom is the type of person that anything technical, she has a conniption. She can't do it. I'm not going to even attempt until you are here. I'm like, Ma, I can literally write you instructions, send you an email, and you can do this. No, I'm going to wait. Let me know when you're coming. And as you get on, you realize it's really an excuse to see you. It's really an excuse to kind of hang out and do more time. But she legitimately has phobias of anything tech. This is a woman who, during the dawn of the computer, she's like, I don't need a computer. I'm going to have a word processor. I'm going to get a typewriter. I'm like, no, I'm getting you a computer. Like she's that person. She's very technology resistant. She's very set in her ways. And like, I remember dawn of like HD television. Oh no, I'm fine with my big back Zenith old school TV that looks like furniture. No. So what I normally do with her is I just buy it and set it up, and she has no choice in the matter. Like, and then I'm like, here you go. Here's the instructions. I'm going to walk you through. So anyway, my most recent experience, I told a little bit, is on Duke, was just that, she had she's very resistant. She's old school phone. But I'm like, look, you ain't going to get a cell phone. Let's future-proof it. No. I don't need to do texting. I don't need to do all this stuff. She got the very base plan, not a lot of memory, a lot of storage. And she stood up good with that for like a couple years. So what's happened now is her like church and her religious stuff, like they have now gone all digital. They're on like an app now. And she now has to download videos and she has to do all the stuff that, ultimately she just wasn't comfortable because everything is transitioned. So now your little 1-2 gig Android phone ain't going to be able to handle that stuff anymore. So we had to go through this whole process of upgrading her phone. And it was out of control, what I'm saying? But I'm not going to get into the weeds with that. But let's just say this woman put me through the technical ringer of getting her upgraded with an unlocked phone, going from different providers and setting this thing up. So we get there and it's just funny. So as I'm going through the process and she's like, well, I need my headphones. How come it doesn't have a jack? And I'm like, Ma, they don't have headphone jacks on phones anymore. Like, no, you got to go wireless. I'm going to order you this. And each day I was setting things up for her. But what's funny is when you get over there, you appreciate that nice meal. You appreciate the catching up, the talking, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. I appreciate, going through my old neighborhood and seeing how much things have changed, driving around with her in the South Bronx and she explaining to me all the things that's going on. So, what I realized as she's gotten older, first of all, to her credit, she keeps herself, she looks great for her age, you know what I'm saying? She's like now 75. And I really appreciate these moments now. Before, I would dread having to do this Jersey drive and this woman going to take up my whole day with something that could have been done in an email, but okay, right? You know what I'm saying? But so I think with her, it's just, I really appreciate it, So that was the first thing. And then Dad is different. Obviously Dad's been, in and out of my life. Those two are separated. And he's in Atlanta. But like my dad's relationship is kind of like the friend and the homie you haven't seen in a while. You don't have a typical father-son relationship. It's more like we do contact each other. What we don't miss a beat, and he's a very logical person. I will say that he's a very, like, there's a lot of conversations I know I can have very mature conversations with him, and my mom will be extremely emotional. But I will say with my mom, she's the one I can trust no matter what. Like, if something needs to get done, she's the more reliable of the two. And I started to analyze their dynamic over the years. Okay, I can see why y'all didn't work. I can see why y'all were attracted to each other, but I can also see why this did not work. And I was like, yeah, you was a bit of a player in your young age. Just foolishness as you get older, you start to realize things. But no, I love my dad too. And my dad, like I told you guys before, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be podcasting. Like, he's literally the one that introduced me to video games. He was the cool dad. He was fun. He would buy me. I remember he took me to Toys R Us for the first time and got me Devastator, the 6-1 set, Transformer, because he was like, what you want? Oh, he was like, what you want? Toys or clothes? Toys, like all the time. And it was an interesting dynamic because, again, my mom was super religious, very strict. Thou shalt not. Like, if most people that don't know, I've kind of said it in the past, like in my early ages, I grew up kind of Jehovah's Witness, right? So they have a very stringent, no birthdays, no gifts, no, like, famous saying me. I was like, what you getting me for my birthday? She's like, boy, I gave you life. That's your gift. That was like early. I was like, oh, damn, like, this is wild. So my dad, when he would have visitations, right, he was like, we're not doing none of that. That's a cult. He was like, boy, we're going, what you want for your birthday? And I'm taking you over here to the other side of the family where we celebrating Christmas. I'm like, oh, okay. So they would have this thing over visitation rights with me. It was hilarious. But look, as you get older, both of them, and I will say they do care about each other still, because I'll get the subtle, how's he doing? How's she doing? You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. You get that from a separated parent household. But look, that's enough about me. I just wanted to know, like, how are you guys processing, parent, that, getting older, getting a little slower, how are you dealing with that transition? And I want to actually start with Dustin, because obviously, as he said earlier, great relationship with your parent. I love your dad. And I'm just curious, now you soon to be a dad, like, how are you dealing with your parents getting older and the relationship now?
Yeah, well, when this came up, I was actually just thinking about the situation is too funny. I was like, oh man, my dad sent out an invite on Facebook. He's doing a birthday thing where I think is doing a 50-mile bike ride in Alexandria, where he lives. And I'm not able to go down because it's in like a week or two with the baby and stuff like that. But he's doing 50 miles for 50 years old. And I was like, oh no, with Dagan.
Dude, that's awesome.
Well, no, I was like, man, he's my dad's going to be 50. That's insane. Like, then I was like, I'm going to be on this podcast with Dagan, and Dagan's a few months older than my dad.
Yeah, I'm 50.
So Dagan, I'm sorry. I'm not,
Dude, it's old. I've come to terms with it. It's okay. You can make fun of me. It's okay to be ageist.
Well,
they're the worst.
I think you're right in that both you and my dad don't wear 50. You don't act 50. You're not like, oh, I'm settling down into old age as and just like losing who I am. You know what I mean? Something
We're
like
not going down without a fight.
Yeah. But so either way, I was like, man, my dad's gonna be 50. And obviously my perspective is unique because to be 30 years old and have a 50-year-old dad is still crazy, right? Like, there's a high possibility. I've always joked that we can be in a retirement home together at some point. I'll be 65, 70, and my mom will be. I mean, I guess if I'm 70, my mom could be 86, so we can hang out, play bingo, whatever. But yeah, it's been an interesting life in that, and kind of coming to the other conversation we had earlier is that I was growing up, but I didn't realize until I was older that my parents were kind of growing up with me at the same time. And I've talked about this before, but the craziest thing about reflecting on them as my parents is that we were pretty poor. And I didn't know it. They were able to like shield a lot of that from me. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, well, I didn't realize, like, when I got video games, it was always on probably like a birthday or a holiday, and they were always used games, right? And it was like, I just thought that's how everyone operated. It was like, it's always going to be used. Any kind of console you get, you're going to be real lucky, and it's going to be years after it comes out, and the games you'll get, it's like slim pickings, but that's okay, But they, I've mentioned this story before too, where I didn't find out about this till years later, but there was a time when money was tight because I don't know if like a car needed fixed or some bills came in or whatever. And my dad was like, I don't have money for groceries. So he he had a massive CD collection at one point, like 1,000+ CDs. So he took all the ones that he thought he could get some money from and went to the music store and got cash for them and paid for bills. Like his Iron Maiden CD collection, Dagan, like,
wow.
Because he was like, this is the stuff that I'm probably going to be able to get, $5-10 at least a piece, hopefully for.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I remember him telling me later, he's like, yeah, there was a few that I couldn't
That's
part with at
sacrifice.
the time. But so, it's one of those things that you're like not able to be thankful of in the time, just because both you're being a kid and because you're being shielded from it. But as you grow up, you're like, holy shit, they were really living and working hard and trying their best and making it and being great parents while they were at it. And so it's I was always thankful growing up that I had young parents, because it was cool that we were able to. It's funny because my parents and I have very similar and completely different interests at the same time. My parents don't care about video games. They don't care about watching movies. And my mom watches some TV, but those they don't really care about those things at all. And I obviously video games are my thing, but they were always supportive of that and really supportive of me growing up. Like in high school, when I started to show interest in doing video production stuff, they're like, yeah, let's They got me a flip video camera that I would film stupid YouTube videos with my friends and stuff like that. And so they were always really supportive of that. I will say that there has been a few times with my dad. I don't want to say that it was touch and go, but I was aware that, I don't want to say aware of mortality, but like really young. I think when I was in second grade, my dad needed to have an extensive surgery on his neck where his spinal column was being compressed because a few different reasons, but the primary one is that he was at a concert and someone stage dove and landed on his head.
No way.
Yeah. This was at Cornerstone Music Festival, for some context, because I know that there are some listeners that have been to this festival.
Holy
and
shit.
Remember him telling me, I don't think I was there for this one, but because I was really little when this happened, but like when it happened, he like practically got knocked out, but they pushed him up. He was like on the stage, and the band, I don't remember what band, but they were like praying for him on stage and stuff.
Way,
so it was like a whole big event. He ended up like being fine at the time, but obviously years later, it was like the doctor was like, you need to have this neck surgery. We're going to put an ankle bone in your neck, a dead guy's ankle bone in your neck, and then a metal plate. Because if you don't do this, you're gonna become a quadriplegic, basically. Like if that pinches and cuts off, it's over. I guess it's not over, but you know what I mean. Like it would be a huge change in life. So I'll never forget. Obviously, as a second grader, I was nervous about this surgery for my dad, and I remember the day of, before they went to the hospital, like, hey, your Uncle Martin and his girlfriend at the time, but now wife, Crystal, they're going to take you to see Dashboard Confessional tonight. I don't remember where it was, but they're like, we got you tickets because we want you to go and have a good time when this is going on. So we went and saw Dashboard. It was awesome. And it was kind of a funny time just because my dad, he had like the plastic neck brace on. He couldn't, turn his head really at all. But throughout the years, my dad he's had maybe close to 10 different surgeries.
I didn't know this.
No idea. Wow.
He's had 2 on his neck, 1 or 2 on his back as well. And the other thing too is that my dad, first when he was a little kid, he was like playing sword fighting with sticks with another kid, boinked him right in the eye.
No.
And it I'll leave the graphic details out.
Dude,
but,
no.
So his eye was already kind of fucked up at that point. But he still has his eye. But then when he was 16, he was shooting like a gun at a range with my step grandfather, and it blew up. And any vision now in that eye is pretty much toast after that. Again, he still has an eyeball. If you look real close, just ask him this real casually. If you guys ever see him at an event, his one pupil is not not a circle. It's like kind of like a blob.
I knew it is.
Yeah. So out of his right eye, he can't see. And we always joke about it because there's been a few times in the car where I'll be like, oh, and I'll like point, and he like doesn't see me or whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're blind in that eye. So he's like the blind side. He can only see slightly out of, the one side. But so yeah, it was, there's been a few different times. Most recently, after one of his back surgeries, this was in the last 5 years, he found out that he had like a blood clot, that they found out that he had this like blood disease that makes him prone to clotting after surgeries. And it was
fuck.
For a moment there, I was like, oh shit, like this could be really, really bad. So thankfully though, like my dad, he's really stepped up in terms of his health. Like he is super active. Like I mentioned, he's doing this 50-mile bike ride for his birthday.
Yeah. That's awesome.
His bike ride game is serious.
Oh,
that's
dude,
awesome.
He's serious.
They go, him and my mom both, they're trying to ride bikes in every state in the US. And my mom has a giant map, and my mom went to school for graphic design. So she takes a photo of them on their bike ride in the shape of each state, and then fills in each state with a photo of themselves. And so they got Alaska down, they got Hawaii down. And now they're just trying to get all the continental US here. So
the lower 48.
Yeah. So yeah, it's even though my dad's younger, of course, there's still been these moments where it's like you realize like, oh, especially when you're a kid, it's like it's a tough moment when you realize like, oh, my parents are mortal, you know? And I'm thankful that, you know, people have lost parents when they're kids, and I can't even imagine how tough that is. Because even I think about now, if I lost one of my parents, it would be devastating. Like just completely, I feel like I'd be like lost, because my dad's the guy that he's my go-to, I guess, therapist in a lot of ways. When it's like, I'm having this problem, who can I talk to that is more wise than anyone I know? And he's the one I call up, and he's always got great things to say, and is always, you know, being willing to help me out in any way possible. So yeah, both of them have been great. My mom is super active too. Right now, actually, as we speak, she's in Las Vegas for RollerCon because she's into roller derby.
She's doing that still?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, she'll be like, yeah, I have this giant bruise on my leg that's like purple and stuff. And what's funny too is that she's had back surgeries as well. But she's found that like rollerblading, or not rollerblading, but roller skating and playing derby has actually helped her with her back issues because of how like she's gotten so much stronger from it.
That's interesting.
So
wow, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Your dad had a pulmonary embolism when that happened, right?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, my mom had that.
Yeah.
So
that's serious business.
Have to be on blood thinner, and you have to be very cognizant because they're susceptible to clotting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know exactly what you went through. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's serious.
Well, and that's the kind of scary thing moving forward is that now surgeries are much more of a scary factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
For that type of thing. So, but I mean, right now, God willing, everything's pretty good. So I'm thankful for that. But I guess to cap things off, I'm just, and Dagan, you mentioned this, but I'm really excited for them to be grandparents as well. Just because, you know, I don't know. I guess part of the factor of having a baby is, of course, you're excited, but it's exciting to just bring someone else in the family for everybody. And man, telling your parents you're having a kid is awesome. It was one of my favorite experiences. Both Holly's parents and my parents, both of them, of course, crying. My dad, he's you guys have seen him. He's kind of he looks like a pretty tough guy, but he's a sensitive soul, and I've always appreciated that about him. I wish that I could be like that because I'm more stoic in a way that's probably sometimes comes off as negative. I think more often than not. It's not that I'm unfeeling. It's just, I don't know. That's how I am. So yeah, very thankful that my parents are only turning 50, but it still can be a weird feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
they're young.
To the parents.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kyle? Who takes us away next?
Let me see. Let's go with Ben. I've never really asked him about his parents and their relationship.
Yeah. You might have met my parents at the Butler live show, but I don't recall for sure. They were there at one point, but yeah. Cog, back to your mom for a minute. Is she still in the Jehovah's Witness church?
Yeah, she hardcore. Our relationship was very strained when I left at a young age. They were trying to make me the next big thing, the number one draft pick. I was like, nah, man.
I'm not Jehovah's Witness. I never have been, but I've known plenty of them. I'm just amazed that that they're into apps, like that they're using, that they have an app.
That's crazy. They've changed a lot of their policies. Like apps now, and you get their watchtower thing and the videos and the thing, and they're remote. They're doing Zoom calls. I'm like, yo, what is this? Like, so she needs me now because everything is so tech, savvy now.
Well, yeah, not to get sidetracked. I was just curious because when I heard I knew your mom was Jehovah's Witness, but I didn't know she still was. And you said apps, and I was like, that's the girl I went to high school with would be loving life if she could have. Anyway, so my parents, Dustin, it's kind of funny because your parents were slightly younger when you were born, but I have almost the same age gap between me and my parents as you have between you and your parents, and it was kind of a similar thing growing up. Like they shielded me from knowing a lot of the I guess you could say, negative things in our lives. I mean, my dad, they did the whole have kids, get married, then go to school afterwards. I think my mom had done like a program or something, but my dad didn't go to college till after I think I was 5 or 6 whenever he went to school. And during that time, he was going to school full time and working full time. So like I'd see my dad, of course, and see him on the weekends. But part of his school, he went to be a pastor, and part of that was like he had to be pretty involved on the weekends with the church ministries and stuff. So it was a time where we did not. My mom worked some, but we didn't have a lot of money, and I didn't know until I was an adult that like there were times. I remember my mom going and helping out with like the food pantry. All the people who needed something in the community would come and get food. And I mean, obviously that's a good thing to help with, giving people who don't have food. But I didn't realize that part of it was that, when she'd go and help, anything that wasn't picked up by other people she was able to take part of it home. Is like she was benefiting from it as well as helping with it. And there, I guess, were times when I was a kid where like we literally did not know where our next meal was going to come from. Not that we were destitute and living on the street or anything. It was never, we had a house, we had whatever, but it was like, it's going to be pretty rough tonight. And then like food would show up, like somebody would drop off a bag of groceries at the house or something. Oh. And I didn't realize that. I mean, they're better off now, of course. And that wasn't the case always, but whenever they were both working and dad was doing school, and it was I didn't realize all the stuff that my friends had came I didn't realize why I didn't have it, because they kind of protected me, and I still had stuff. It wasn't like I was deprived of things as a child, but I didn't realize that things were as rough as they were. I was going to say something else along with that, but yeah, they always provided, as I mentioned early in the first conversation. I was always a part of my parents' lives, and they always, took me places and did things with me. And if I wanted to play, t-ball, I played t-ball, and they would have us enrolled in different things and everything. So it wasn't, it was a good childhood. Like I was always close with my parents. I was always close with my parents' friends, which was cool. And just growing up, my parents were the young, cool parents that all of my schoolmates wanted to hang out with. Like my mom was involved with like the parent teacher organization, which I'm sure the parent teacher organizations now are wild, but back then it was, probably not as crazy, but still, I remember seeing my mom go to those meetings and being like, why is my mom the only one here without gray hair? Like that was weird to me. Not that I thought that was a good or bad thing. I didn't know. I just remember thinking like, this is different. Something is different here. I remember one time, all the kids, I don't remember why my dad chose to go, but my dad was going to be a chaperone on like a school field trip. I think I was in 6th grade, and we went to SeaWorld, and all the kids were super excited that my dad was going. They wanted to be in my dad's group with him as like their group leader. And it was going to be potentially rainy that day. So he took one of his umbrellas, and it had this fake gold, end on it or whatever. And he walked around the parks saying, follow the golden harpoon. And at one point, like, I think somebody, I don't know if this is just in my memory because somebody was joking about it or it actually happened. Like one of the park people were like, could you quit walking around SeaWorld screaming about a golden harpoon, please? Like, essentially like, because, it's just not. But anyway, my people liked hanging out with my dad, and my dad exposed me to lots of music that I still love. I remember being in the car, listening to a lot of Boston and a lot of James Taylor. I still love James. I mean, I can jam out to some James Taylor or really vibe out. You don't really jam out to James Taylor, but I love James Taylor. It's still a staple. And my dad had a lot of influence on like my early musical stylings and things that I loved.
Same.
But I know like I know that feeling of what Dustin's saying, because my parents were so young when I was little, just as getting a little older and them having a few health problems, nothing like super serious, but my dad's had also a couple back surgeries and a few other things. And my mom's had a couple little hiccups over the years, and just realizing like, oh, they're getting older now. But I think about that and I'm like, sometimes I'll get irritated at my mom because she's like, make sure you do this, make sure you do that. Do you think, and she's just trying to be my mom, just trying to care about me. Like she would care for anybody. But I'm like, I'll say like, Mom, do you realize the age I am right now? I was like, I was already out of the house. Like, I'm the age right now that you were when you were out of the house. You were like living in a different state than your parents. It's fine. Like, I'm fine. Leave me alone. But then I have to come back to grips with realizing that, like, she's just being my mom. She's not like overbearing or anything.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes that's the case. So
yeah.
I was thinking the other day about how old my parents were when their parents died. And I'm already much older than they were when their parents died. And I'm
wow.
Like, not to just totally copy what Dustin was saying, but like, that's such a blessing to have your parents around, have them be able to experience their grandkids, have them be able to interact with your lives. I don't get my parents live like a mile from me, not even a mile. And I see them on average, I'd say, once a week we get together with my sister and her husband and their kids and my parents and then my family. We get together usually on like Sunday afternoons and hang out. But it would be cool to have more interaction than that. Again, my parents and we really don't have any of the same hobbies. Honestly, like, I've always turned everything I like into some sort of job, which turned into my dad and I owned a business together. We had a brewery. It burned down a couple years ago. Well, it didn't burn down, but the building next to it was on fire. It was severely damaged. It's a whole long story that I'll tell some other time on the show probably, and a lot of people have heard it. But my dad and I owned a business together, and then my mom would help out too. She'd wait tables or tend the bar when she was also working a full-time job, still is working that full-time job, but she'd help out too. So I spent in those 6 or 7 years, spent like a lot of time with my family. And I will say that as much as that was good that I got to spend time with them, it was also like really stressful on our relationship. And there were just times where it was like, I don't want to be around you anymore right now. Like, I love working with you and it's good, but also like that creates a lot of stress. And I was kind of at one point kind of fearful that like, I was just going to screw up my entire relationship with my parents, because it was always a good relationship,
Right.
And then I don't want to say like, I think overall it's been a net positive in my life that the business doesn't exist anymore. But like, once that happened, we were able to just like then hang out again and just be not be constantly worried or talking about business, not be talking about, can you believe what this employee of ours did? Or can you believe the price of grain went up this month again, or whatever. It was like just getting back to just hanging out, sitting on the porch, smoking a cigar while we're, together for the weekend or whatever. So yeah, I have a good relationship with them, and my kids love them. They're always asking if they can go over. Now, part of that is because we're not like super strict, never let them have anything, but like we don't let our kids have a lot of junk typically. And so I think part of it is because they know when they go to Grammy and Papaw's house, they get to have a lot of junk, but also they just love them. They love being around them. They love interacting with them. So yeah, it's good. And not that this is necessarily about in-laws, but also my in-laws have a really good relationship with my in-laws. Emily's parents, they're just, they're not quite the same, in the same age range. They're a little older than my parents. But I have a great time with them too. They know they're welcome to stop over anytime. We go over there to visit them periodically, go and pick a weekend and go spend the whole day with them and cook out and grill. And my kids love hanging out with them too. And I had a good relationship with my grandparents. They were, I think my grandmother died when I was 18, but my grandfather died when I was 9.
Okay.
And my mother's parents, her mom died before I was born, and her dad died when I was like a year old. So I didn't really know them, but my grandparents, I remember having a good relationship with them, but not like the relationship my kids have with their grandparents. One, distance was a factor. We were a little further apart, and also my age was a factor because I was younger. But I'm just really thankful that my parents and I have maintained a good relationship. You notice things about your parents that you're like, wow, I used to be really annoyed by that, and I am that person now. That is me. I just realized that I have that same tendency that I was really annoyed about. Yeah. But it's just, it's cool to be able to see those relationships change. And my friends hang out with my parents sometimes and, get together. And, the one other thing I was going to say is that when I was a kid and we didn't really have any money, you know, we still would have people over or whatever. But as I grew a little older, my house was the house where everybody, especially like all the church kids and the people in the neighborhood, like you knew that if you needed a place to go to hang out or you needed a meal or whatever, you come to my house. My mom was all about feeding everybody. And my mom, she does all right. She didn't have a great cooking model in her life, but my mom does all right, but it's not the best food I've ever had. I don't think she would disagree with that. But there's always plenty of it. She always has plenty of food. You're going to be full. You're probably going to like most of it. And she wants anybody who is hungry to eat. And she wants anybody who needs a place to just go and hang out to be able to be there. I mean, my dad too, but obviously, you know, that's mom's thing is cooking for everybody. And it always, when I was in probably high school and college, it was kind of annoying because I'd be like, I just kind of want to be alone at my house. But my mom keeps inviting all these people over. And it wasn't, you know, even as getting into more adult years, it wasn't till later that I realized like, oh, you know, these people, one, she wanted to be hospitable. Two, when she was a kid, that wasn't really an option for her family. Not only were they probably not financially able to do that, her parents didn't want anybody around. They didn't want her to go to friends' houses because that meant they were going to have to invite that kid over to come and stay. And she always wanted to be, she wanted to be the opposite of that. She wanted to be welcoming and hospitable. And I regret that I was so annoyed at that for years. I mean, I wanted my friends to come over. I didn't want everybody in the church or the neighborhood or whatever to come over. And now I'm like, I get it, because one, you wanted to be able to give people what you didn't have. Two, you wanted to be able to be generous with the food and the things that you had been blessed with that you didn't have, we didn't have back in the day.
Right.
And so like, that's become something that I've really appreciated in recent years. And it's always like, you know, oh, you bring anybody for 4th of July? And I'm like, no, I'm an adult now. All my adult friends have families and kids or you know, they're hanging out with their parents or whatever. But like, it's always that I know that if I just want to, if somebody needs something and I want to take them to my parents, and I appreciate that a lot more now than I did, you know, even a decade ago, probably. It's only been the last probably decade that I've really appreciated that, oh, that wasn't just like, let's annoy Ben by having all these people over. That was like, I'm taking care of people. And you're my kid. You're always going to be taken care of. But these people, you know, they need somewhere to go. They need something to hang out with, somewhere to feel welcome and everything. So, yeah. But anyway, as far as my parents, it's a good relationship. I would like to have a lot more interaction with them, but obviously it's, you know, my mom works long hours and it's tough. So, yeah.
No, I respect it. And, you know, what you said about the, having people over definitely resonated as we both now, I realized we considered church kids in a way, because it was the same kind of thing. And it was just kind of like, you know, I remember having that thing like, man, everyone's here. I just want everybody to leave so I could, you know, that kind of thing. So I can relate to that. But it is that giving back. And I think for where we are shared, at least my gaming history, my house was the house people came over. Right. And I think that translated to allow her when I went in my rebellious phase, and I was like, look, you don't like me in the street, you don't want me in all these other places. All we're doing is playing video games. At least allow this. Yeah. And that was part of that deal. I think now you helping me understand, like, that background probably made it transition easier for her to say, okay, you know what? He's with his friends. They're over there. I know what they're doing, kind of thing. But yeah, I respect it.
Yeah.
So, Dave, got a chance to meet both glorious parents.
Yeah, you've met them both. Yeah.
Yeah, the Moriarty wedding. And love your mom, by the way.
Yeah, she's great.
Didn't get a chance to talk to Dad too much, but he was cool. But yeah, I'm curious, man. Like, as the parents, they're getting up there, and you know, and you still have both around. Like, how are you processing, you know, appreciating parents that are aging?
Yeah, man, I appreciate this one. I mean, this is on the radar a lot. First of all, Cog, I have to say, I think it's awesome and hilarious that you're the IT guy for your mom. Yes. You know, that's definitely on spec. Like, you know, just completely checks out. That's hilarious.
She's enjoying the wonders of wireless earbuds right now. She's a happy woman. She's watching YouTube videos on a phone in landscape view with wireless. I taught her all these things yesterday. Her whole world opened up.
You know, when you look at it from their perspective, right? Our parents, my parents too, born in the late 40s or early 50s. Like, she's
a baby boomer.
You know, mind blowing for them.
Yes,
you know?
it is. It is. I felt like I gave joy to her. It was cool. I took a picture. She didn't know I snuck a picture. I was like, look at this woman really enjoying modern technology right now. It was fun. But I'm sorry, continue.
It's so cool. And, these are the people that had the first generation of TVs in their living room. So like, this is how far they've come technologically. That evolution is pretty drastic. It's pretty cool. In fact, I mean, I think about this a lot because my parents are getting older. They'll be 74. They'll both be 74 in the fall. And then Helene's mom and dad, my other parents, will be 78 in the fall. So they're a little older. And interestingly enough, my dad's getting his estate in order. So I've been like signing docs and getting them notarized. It's a little morbid. And my dad's fine. My dad's going to make no mistake. My dad's outliving me, I think. Yeah. Still beat the shit out of me, 74 years old, like 100%. But, it's like it bears, you bear in mind, like, all right, I'm doing all this. And my dad, got wealth late in life. So he had a very interesting arc. He makes, good money now, and he never really did. He always struggled. He was always very blue collar. So it's, he just wants to make sure his T's are getting crossed and his I's dotted. And I get it, hopefully he's leaving me the lion's share. I deserve it the most of all the siblings. Colin doesn't need it, and my sisters could go scratch. No, I'm teasing. I love them both, but I think about this all the time with my parents because, I think about with my mom and dad, still they're two of my favorite people to talk to. Somebody said it in a therapist type sense. That's definitely both of them. And my mom and I like have this thing where, you enjoy spending time. My mom and I like to talk shit, on everybody in the family, kind of catch up as a little more gossipy. My dad's dropping wisdom. We're talking about our hobbies, maybe getting into talking about cars and stuff like that. So, but I'm really not a good phone talker. I don't like it. I never have. And there's 4 people that I like to talk to on the phone, and my parents are 2 of them, and I think that means a lot. But I think about, with your mom and dad, it's like, these are the people that you've known the longest, that there's that rich history. We've been on this long road together, and it's been a journey. If you think of it as like being a kid, they take on different roles as you age, as you evolve. The relationship evolves, so as a kid, they're the provider, right? They're the nurturer, giver of love. They give you the stuff you need, the support, all of that kind of thing. They're the caretakers, right? And then I think for a lot of us, you enter your teens and the relationship becomes a lot more antagonistic, right? You're rebelling, you're becoming a young adult, you want your freedom. They're still trying to, bear down on you with their rules. You're living under their roof, and that the dynamic of the relationship change. Again, it becomes a little more confrontational, a little more edgy, and not in any kind of drastic way. It's not like natural born killers or anything like that, but it's like that natural progression of like, you're becoming an adult, you're still under their roof, that sort of thing. And then something really crazy happens when you sent this topic. I thought of this. There's this leveling, right? There's this overlap. For me, it was in my early to mid 20s where you catch up to them and you become the earliest age you remember them as. And you're like, oh shit, these aren't like just my mom and dad. These are fucking people. You know what I mean? And then the empathy sets in, and then you become contemporaries now. It's not there again. It's like this leveling, and like you look at the big picture, warts and all, the good and bad, and then they become people to you. Again, for a lot of us, that happens in our 20s, and now, that definitely took place. And there's this settling. And now I look at it, and it's the history that moves me. Like, these are the people I've spent my entire life with. I think to some degree, especially with my parents, they're at the top of that hierarchy. But I even think of people like my older sister. It's like, she's been with me through every step of the way. Like, and in some cases, she was my partner in crime. She's been there for every step of this journey together. So with my parents, even more so. And it's so cool to still have them. And for my parents specifically, they're aging pretty well. They're both doing okay. My dad, especially. Helene's parents, a little less so. They're hanging in there, but they have some ailments and some health problems that are troubling them a little bit. But, there's definitely, again, not to be morbid, but there's definitely this thing of like, you sense the clock ticking a little bit. It's like, how much time do I have? and you try to relish it. Like work was so busy last week. My mom was up in Jersey at the shore house and I couldn't go down, and it really bothered me. Like I don't think that would have bothered me as much 10 or 15 years ago, where I'd just be like, I got to do what I got to do. What am I going to do? Type of thing. Now it really bothered me that I couldn't go, and I really couldn't because the deadlines were bearing down, and there were certain responsibilities here at the house and with the family and stuff. And I was like, Mom, I just can't get there. But now it really bothers me. Now it's like I take that personally. It's like that time. It's so important to kind of cash in on those opportunities while we have them, So there is this thing of wanting to spend time. And there's this other thing with my parents that's interesting. I think there's two things. One that I think is hilarious, and I've definitely mentioned on the show before. And then the other thing is like I have this sort of clamoring, like almost it gets kind of it seems like intense, almost like I'm under the gun to get the stories, the history. Like I want to know everything. Like I don't want anything unanswered because I don't know how long they're going to be here.
Yep.
It could be a family history thing, a story that I think would be fun.
Very similar that way.
Want to know everything. Because what kind of record are they going to leave beyond, what we all remember collectively about them, that type of thing. And again, they could be here for another 25, 30. I have no idea. You know what I mean? But there is that thing of like, you feel like you're running out of time a little bit. And maybe, those sands are trickling through the hourglass slowly, but still happening. Can't reverse it, right? This is just the nature of life. This is the way it works. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I think is hilarious, definitely know I mentioned this before, is they have my niece and my nephews and my kids so fooled that they were always like this. And again, they're like your parents, Cog. They're not together, but they each play this part of like so annoying, like so sweet, spoil the hell out of the kids, all this kind of stuff. Where I'm like, do you really think they were always like this? They got my kids specifically so fooled. I'm like, this level of trickery is insidious because you got, I had to beg for things. Like, it's so different. It's so funny to see them as grandparents as compared to parents, because it really was. I mean, I always loved them. They were always supportive. They were always awesome. They were always like, my biggest champion, and all my siblings' biggest champions. But something happens. I talked earlier about this mellowing that happens. Where it's just like, and sometimes they got me tricked that they don't even remember the other thing, but I know they know. I know they know they weren't always like this, but they're pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. And it's funny too, because I'm at this age now where I'm thinking about, I hope it's many years from now, because my kids have a lot to do, but I'm thinking about becoming a grandparent. And I'm like, I sympathize with that now, because I know I'm going to spoil the hell out of my grandkids. So now I'm seeing this on a whole nother level of like, approaching that milestone of like, maybe it's on the horizon, although far on the horizon, please, where I'm like, yeah, I think, now I can understand. I could even sympathize with this tomfoolery with the grandparents thing, where it's like, yeah, I get it. You want to spoil the kids. And that's the other thing that you guys were mentioning too, is like, I grew up, my mom's mom and dad, my maternal grandparents were the best, like they were, think they had, I was the first grandkid, so they had a particularly soft spot for me, but like they were the best people. They passed away when I was in my early 20s. Colin knew them a lot less because of the age difference. Right. And my sisters both fell somewhere in the middle of that, but they were the model grandparents, and my don't make no mistake, my mom and dad are awesome grandparents too, but my kids have, in Helene's parents, grandparents that match the level of grandparents that I were. And, they also have something over my parents in proximity. They're only a few miles away. They're a lot more close physically because they see them a lot more. But if you asked me when I was, 13 years old, if there would ever be grandparents that good again, I would be like, no way, let alone my kids having that good of grandparents. So there's that too, where I hope for my kids that they have these four people around, because they mean so much to them. All four of them do. So I feel really blessed, and I feel like there is that anxiety, especially when something goes wrong. My mom's having a little cholesterol issue. my dad's, my dad's doing okay. My father-in-law's struggling with his lungs a little more. He's on oxygen and stuff like that. It's like, oh man, you start to see the writing on the wall, and you're like, when you're in your 50s, this is, I think it was Louis C.K. that mentioned this. It's like having a conversation with his mom where it's like, this is the natural progression of thing. When you're in your 50s, This is when your parents start going, oftentimes, God forbid, but oftentimes that's the case.
Yeah.
So I'm dealing with that. I think when I turned 50, for some reason, that 50, the image of those two numbers was like, all right, this is when, and I remember what my parents were going through at that age, losing, with my grandparents stopping off their parents, and that cycle continuing to turn. I also love what you guys said about the house, like Ben's parents too, like the house where everybody was fed, because what's cool about that? That wasn't really my house. Especially when I was a teenager, because my parents were splitting up at that point. My best friend's house was like that. And it wasn't just his mom, it was both his parents, although his dad was a New York City detective, so he was home less, but he definitely condoned that level of like feeding the neighborhood. And that was the skate house where everybody went to eat and chill and watch videos and play Genesis and everything. But was so meaningful for me and my other friends, because that's where we wanted to be. Because that's where we feel like not only were we taken care of, but that's where we could let our hair down. You know what I mean? We could go and relax and not be inhibited by the rules, especially when you're a teenager. I think it's really important to have that place. I think Helene and I try to make that, this house, our kids have friends that their parents are like-minded, so they could go more than one place, which is nice. But I definitely try to be cognizant of that. Providing that for the kids, not just for my kids, but for their friends, and just for a collective sense of comfort. I think you need that, especially as a teenager, because you're going through so much. So yeah, man. I mean, all that to say, yeah, I hope the parents are around for a long time, but it is interesting how, I think that's what I'm most moved by is the history. It's like, man, when I think back, if I turn around and look back the road we came, it's like all the experiences, all the places, all the things we've gone through, the happy times, the less happy time, everything. It's like 5 decades of this shit.
Oh yeah.
It's insane, and still having that same relationship, still being close and appreciating them on a whole nother level that I think either just grows over time. I think if you're on the right path and you're fortunate, like I think we all are, I think that's the trajectory. That's the arc that you see. It's like that appreciation it changes, but it definitely grows, it increases. And, yeah, man, it's pretty neat. And now, I think it's a whole nother thing. My mom just retired like a month ago, finally from work, at 74, it's pretty old. I think the boomers are retiring that old. I think it's those middle, like the late boomers, early Gen Xers. Those are the ones that are retiring early, but the people like my parents that were born in 1950, they stayed on, they stayed on and worked pretty late. My dad's still working too, and it's like, it's interesting watching them, less so with my mom because she was more blue collar, but with my dad and somebody that's bringing in a significant amount of money, it's like watching them weigh the risk versus reward thing of like, how long do I stay on at this? How long is it worth it? Because he'd like to retire, but it's hard to say no to the money. Right. So that's also interesting because it's like, how much of that money is for him?
That's the other part. Yeah.
That's the other part. Yeah. That selflessness comes in now, and the sacrifice and all that kind of doesn't die. Yeah. Actually, something that you said, Ben, really struck me. It's like, no matter how old their kids are, Ben, you're in your 30s. It's like they never stop being parents. They never stop being in that role. And it's annoying at first. I remember being annoyed. My mom doing that kind of shit annoyed the hell out of me as a kid. I stopped being annoyed with it by the time I was a parent because they were so helpful to me as a young parent. They were never intrusive. They never, like you were saying, Ben, they never kind of overstepped their bounds, but my parents were always there, Johnny on the spot with like the good advice and sometimes being there physically, even though they were both pretty far away from us in Philly, But yeah, I remember going through that late teens, early to mid 20s stages of like, can you stop? But they can't stop. They're parents. And now as somebody that has a 17-year-old, it's like, I'm never going to stop being that parent. Again, you don't want to be you don't want to be in their face. You got to give them that freedom and let them spread their wings and all that kind of thing. But there'll always be that. You know what I mean? I feel like my mom still talks. You know, my mom has this famous thing with me where she's like, "You look exhausted," and she's not trying to insult me. It's just that honesty and that concern. You know?
Oh yeah.
And it's never like I don't think the woman has ever. And I am exhausted, but you know what I mean. This life of an animator, but she's not. You know, I think that's just her doing what she always did. You know, the same thing as you know, I'm 49 years old. I'm 11. She's the same. Mm-hmm. Those old habits die hard. It's never going to change. You know, dyed in the wool parents. You know, and I think you understand that you don't even have to be a parent to understand that. I think you just have to be a certain age to have the wisdom to say, like, yeah, okay, you know, you're going to be like that till the day one of us die. You know, one of us dies. You know?
Dig in a little appreciation for your parents. I've met your dad. Actually, I've probably met him a few times, but have had less interactions. Although the first time I ever met him, he just showed up to Colin's house in Virginia and brought bagels. Yeah.
Oh, really?
And I was like, "Oh, he's here!" Like, and he was just like, "I'm just dropping off bagels. Go back to
the bagels.
Whatever." And I was like, this is like the best because this guy that I've heard about both of your parents for over a decade now from Colin on different shows that he's been on. And he just shows up and brings me bagels as my first I mean, he didn't bring them to me, but I got to enjoy them. So, but your mom, when we were at the Richmond live show, I was so excited to see your mom, like to meet your mom, because again, I've heard about her for so long and I knew she was going to be there. And she's there and I walk up to her and I'm getting ready to like introduce myself and shake her hand. And she looks at me and she goes, "Oh, hi, Ben." And gives me a great big hug. And I'm like, "Hi, how do you know who I am?" She's like, "I know who all of you are. Thank you so much for working with Colin," which it kind of sounded like I can't believe anybody would work with Colin, but maybe that wasn't the case. But she's like, "Thank you so much, yada, yada, yada." And then your sister, was it Allie? I think it was Allie.
Yeah, it was probably
like immediately knew who I was too, whether that was just because she heard your mom or not, I don't know. But anyway, your mom is just like, I mean, first of all, she's on social media and stuff.
Yes,
she interacts with the shows.
That's the part.
Like, you feel like you know her, but also just from hearing about her for so long. But it was just so, I just thought that was so nice. Not that I needed to be like recognized or anything like that by any means, but I was just like, it's so nice that she like knows who we are.
Yeah, she's involved.
Yeah,
super dope.
Very involved, which I don't think is rare for a parent, but I do think it's rare for a parent of that generation.
Yeah,
they're usually not that involved in that kind of stuff, right? You know, she watches the shows. She's very supportive. She's very tuned in, very dialed into what's going on. I think Colin's definitely her favorite. So in particular with him, very proud, you know, and I want to say it's not like a stage parent where she wants to be part of the limelight. It's a general sense of pride.
She's not a dance mom.
No, not at all. Like there is it's a weird, there's a fine line, but it is a difference. Like it's just genuine pride that she just enjoys the success of her son and just she likes to be a part of that, you know?
That's awesome.
She's definitely, she's always, I think her and my, I say stepdad, but they got married in my 40s. So Larry, they've been a Patreon supporter since he launched it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Like that type of thing, like very, very involved and, just want to be a part of it so they could enjoy it with Colin,
that's rare. Like I said, I appreciate it. You see the energy, you see that energy and involvement. It's genuine. And that was the same experience Ben had. I had, hey, Cognito, how's it going? Like full on discussions. And I'm like, wow, like she is in tune.
So
both of them are in tune. And I like the synergy when I talk to her. And Larry,
Mm-hmm. She's sweet. Yeah. She's a kind soul. Yeah, it's like, when you grow up with your parents, it's like, that's who you know. This is the mom I know, this is the dad I know, this is how they are. And when your world opens up and things broaden and you meet more and more people and friends, parents and all that kind of thing, you realize not everybody is like that. That's just genuinely who she is. She's just, she loves people. She's very, she's very outgoing. She's not, my dad is much more quiet. He's a little more introverted, that sort of thing. Well, genuinely amazing guy, but very different. They always refer to themselves as Bert and Ernie, and that's really who they are. You know what I mean? That's genuinely the closest pop culture reference I can make to describe them. Like that's just who they are, you know? So she's a special one, man. She's, and you know, Colin and my mom have a certain affinity because, they lived together for a time and established a bond that, you know, the rest of us grew up in a household that it was the 5 of us and then the 6 of us. For a long time, it was just the 2 of them. So they have that special relationship, you know. I don't think I spent a long time wondering if Colin was the favorite because he was the richest. I never wondered that. Not with my mom. But he's definitely she's got a soft spot for the Colin, man. You know, we tease her about her. He's truly the favorite. You know, I think when somebody, I can't relate to that. I don't have 4 kids, so there's less of a field, but I definitely don't have a favorite. With just 2, I'm lucky. And I have a boy and a girl, and they're both very different, and they're 4 years apart. So, you know, they truly are both my favorites for different reasons. But when you have 4, imagining you have a favorite, you know, and Colin's definitely the favorite.
Salute. I'm satiated, appreciate it. Now this is cool. It was just I'm glad I liked all the full spectrum, you know, here from the answers. And then I like what you said, Dagan, about I've been doing what you just said is documenting family history. Okay, so how did that person, what happened here? Tell me about this relative. Okay, you moved here because of what? And what was the interaction here? And as, you know, like you said, the mortality now that, you know, I'm getting older, you know, and, you know, just and her having those conversations with me about, you know, you're going to be a man of this house here, and I'm leaving these accounts and this. And like, she's very comfortable with her mortality, which kind of scares me because I don't like talking about it.
That's interesting.
I don't like knowing about a world where she's not a part of it, right? And the same thing with my dad. So she's strong. She's very strong about that stuff. But and like you said, you know, Dustin just being cool and fun, and I think for me, it's just appreciating the idiosyncrasies and the stuff that used to drive me crazy. And she still does some of that stuff, but now I've learned to laugh, and I'm like, it's mom being mom, dad being dad. That's what they do, kind of thing. So
your mom sounds amazing. You know, I wonder when you talk about that comfort with mortality, and you know, maybe seeing you're in your twilight years or whatever. You know, I wonder if that courage sets in at some point, because I still can't relate to. I'm old, but I can't relate to that yet. You know?
Yeah. She's a very strong woman. She's much stronger. I have such an appreciation for her, and I think for me, like, just my old thing is when I was in my rebellious state, and then but when we got back together, and he came back stronger than ever. And one of the things that I take pride of, like, yo, you know, I'm proud of you. Like, I'm very, like, when she would tell me that, like, getting her blessing, that kind of stuff is always cool. Even for my dad, it's the same way, you know. So yeah, I would agree with that.
That's cool. I didn't know your dad was in Atlanta as well.
Yes,
it's one of my favorite places.
Yes,
definitely going to end up down there, I think.
Cool,
but at some point, Helene wants to go further south. You know, she wants to go to Georgia, but she wants to go somewhere else. I'm like, no, I want to go to Atlanta.
Ready.
That's where it's happening.
No, but I am satiated.
All right, my friends. That was a good one, Cog. I just want to, I emailed you guys earlier this morning, and I said, I want to talk about this topic. It's been on the list for a while, but something happened to me a few months ago, and I was like, this is a good time to talk about this. Just want to talk about hypochondria. Right? Just the fear that something is always wrong, this anxiety that you're sick all the time, right? It's an interesting one for me because I wanted this, as I put it to you guys, are you a hypochondriac? Have you gone through that? Do you know somebody who's like that? You know, when I was growing up on Long Island, I have to say this, but I don't want people to get mad at me. There was really no such thing as hypochondria because that was the environment I grew up in. That was normal. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is I grew up Long Island's a very diverse place, but I grew up with a lot of Italians and a lot of Jewish people. In other words, a lot of very neurotic people, right? It was just a sea of 10 million neurotic people all packed on this island. Maybe it was less. Maybe it was 8 million back then. And like, that was it. People talked about their ailments in a capacity of like normalcy, but also in a gossipy way. Like, oh, I think I have a brain tumor, but oh, did you hear like Jane's got a goiter? You know what I mean? Like that was the way people talked. You know what I mean? That was just normal. And I don't mean to pigeonhole Italians and Jewish people, but we're so alike I think, in our neuroses and the environment where we grew up. That was just like, I never knew hypochondria was a thing because that's what everybody did, whether it was my neighbors or my friends' parents or my aunts and uncles or my grandparents' friends, whatever. That was the environment that I grew up in. That was the din. That's what people talked like. And I think it's a New York thing, but I think it's especially indicative of the way it was growing up on Long Island in the 70s and 80s. This is the way it was. And as I grew older and I realized I'm a little OCD, I'm definitely a neurotic kid. I'm a worrier. I got this anxiety. I found out hypochondria was a thing. This is not a normal thing. And not that it's not normal. I'm sure lots and lots of people have this, but it's like this thing of over worrying about your physical state. And are you sick? And I realized even as a kid, very sensitive kid, I always talk about how anxious I was. Not that I was so riddled with anxiety that I wasn't having fun as a kid. I had a great childhood, but I was a worrier. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it was being the oldest. A lot of people say the oldest is like that. But then, you'll hear not typically the oldest boy. It's usually the girl oldest is like that. But for whatever, for what it's worth, that's how I was. And I did have some sense of hypochondria even as a kid where I wouldn't worry about everything, but I would always find that one thing to worry about, and I would hear something, see it in a movie, or it would somehow pop up on my radar. And I'd be like, oh, I have that, and whatever it was, oh, I have a headache, it's brain cancer, whatever, as a 10-year-old, you catastrophize all these things. And it still goes on today. I'm approaching 50. I'm supposed to get shingles. Oh shit, I got shingles. Now it's just a mosquito bite. Like I'm still going through that whole thing of like that, everything I was steeped in as a kid. And maybe just my nature, like that was not just my being influenced as a kid, but maybe that was just compatible with who I was. Like I'm just a kind of a worrier. And it's always something. I always have something that I'm worried about. And again, like you would never really know it and just talking to me, everything's fine. I'm generally a happy, fun-loving guy, but I do always have these things in the back of my head. And I grew up with a lot of people. My Aunt Joni, who's one of my favorite people, is one of the biggest hypochondriacs I've ever met to this day. She's always got something. Everybody makes fun of her. She knows it, but she can't stop. It's just kind of ingrained in a person, I think. At least for me, that's my perspective. So as you guys know, things have been busy. I'm back working remotely again, but I spent from March through almost, very late June, I spent 3 months commuting again for work. At first 4 days a week and then 5 days a week into Philly. And I hadn't commuted full time for work since 2007, since right before my first kid was born. And I hadn't commuted at all since 2019. So it has been a while for any kind of commute, but certainly since I was commuting full time. And I was riding the train from here in the suburbs to Philly every day. And over the course of those 3 months, I saw 2 different people on 2 different instances take a heart attack on this commute. And I think it scarred me a little bit.
Wow.
The first time I saw it, I was walking from the train. Now the train, I get off in Center City, and that the specific train concourse goes right underground to my building. I was working in one of the Comcast towers. So from the train station, I would go through this underground mall, food court, and then up to the buildings, up to the lobby of the specific tower that I worked in. And I saw a woman waiting for her Jamba Juice smoothie equivalent just fall down, grab the velvet ropes that, signaled the line, and just go right down. And a bunch of people were on her and helping her because that there's all kinds of security and greeters down there in the morning. That was the first time. Second time was really troubling. I got off the train on the train platform in the station. I see from far away is a woman on the ground. And this is early in the morning, probably around 8, going on 8:30. And there's a bunch of people just walking by her. And I'm seeing this from so far away that it's all registering, and I'm seeing this. I have enough time to think this through. Like, what's going on with that lady? Her elbow was on a bench, but she was kneeling down in front of it like she was trying to pull herself up. And there's people just all around her, not even paying attention, or I don't know what they were doing. So I'm far enough away to think, all right, by the time I get to her, somebody surely is going to help her. It's busy. I'm making my way up. I'm watching the whole thing happen. And the ironic thing, and I'm not saying there were any doctors ignoring her, but that train station has 3 different hospitals. So half my commute, literally 50% of the train car was doctors and nurses in their scrubs. Jefferson, Cooper, and UPenn Hospital all on that stop. So I'm watching all these people go by her. So I'm thinking, all right, all the hospitals here, some medical professional is going to see this woman. No one's helping her. I get all the way to her, and I have a coffee in my hand, and I think I have my laptop bag in another hand because I have a backpack on. I put it on the bench, and I'm like, ma'am, do you need help? And she's gasping for air, like a fish flopping on the ground. She can't breathe.
Wow.
And she's nodding yes, because she can't talk.
Oh my God.
So, and just a very well dressed, middle-aged woman, but she was big. She was heavyset.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to it's dead weight. I'm not look at me. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm trying to pull this woman up so she could sit on the bench. And then finally another guy sees me. He's like, do you need help? I'm like, yeah, please help me help her up onto the bench. By that time, a bunch of train people, actually conductors and engineers, came over and were like, we're going to call the paramedics. EMT was on their way and I left. But now, with these 2 experiences, now I'm having a heart attack. Every 2 seconds, I'm having a heart attack. You know what I mean? I'm having a heart attack. And, it's dovetailing with the fact that I'm not sleeping great because I'm working so hard, not taking care of myself like I should. And now, so I'm just thinking like I'm back in this, I'm back in this hypochondriac, rut. And I'm just thinking all right, let me put this to my friends. How many people go through this? I'm getting older. I definitely went through a pocket of time, probably from around Dustin's age or my late 20s, maybe through like maybe my early 40s, where it was the least intense. I'm not saying I didn't worry about things, but it didn't trouble me like it did when I was a kid, neurotic little kid, and certainly now, where it's like everything's wrong. You know what I mean? I'm expecting things to happen. Colon cancer runs in the family. Like, when is this going to, rear its ugly head? That type of thing. So let me throw it around to you guys. Ben, I'll start with you. Hypochondria, hypochondriacs, maybe for yourself or maybe for somebody in your life. Is this something you could relate to?
No. No, I don't. I definitely don't have that particular ailment of being a hypochondriac. And really, I don't think anybody else close to me really does. I mean, I know some people who are like that, but nobody like in my immediate family or vicinity or anything. I would say, if anything, I ignore things too often. Nothing that's ever happened that's been serious or anything, but there have definitely been times where I've been like, well, I probably should get that checked out, but whatever. What I will say is when I know that there's something wrong, and this isn't just for health issues, this is for like other issues in my life, whether, whatever it is that if I know that something is wrong, I immediately spiral into, well, now all of these things are going to happen. So I'm never like, I'm not hypochondriac in the truest sense of the word, but I do tend to spiral into like, oh, well, I'm just going to make up an example. If this test comes back this way, it's going to do this. And then that's going to turn into this other thing. And then I probably have 5 years to live. And then, like once I find out there's something that to be concerned about, health wise or otherwise, then I like spiral into it. But as far as just like, yeah, I can't relate at all.
That's good. I want to be like you.
Yeah. I mean,
you go the other way with it.
I have plenty of other issues, Dagan, don't worry. And I have a little bit, I mean, maybe a lot, it depends on the day, but a little bit of OCD. My grandmother had pretty bad OCD, I think. My dad has some OCD. So I know it's, I come by it honestly, at least. But that's one of those things that doesn't really trigger for me, is that, if I know something's wrong, then I'll start spiraling and get kind of too worried about it, and then I'll look too much into it. And I read too many WebMD articles that tell me I'm going to die in 3 days and stuff like that. But as far as help. Like is, if I have like a pain in my shoulder, I'm not talking like heart attack pain or something, but if I got a pain in my shoulder, I don't go thinking about it. I'm just like, my shoulder hurts. And then, I mean, if it persists, then sure, whatever. But Yeah, I can't
don't jump
really
to a catastrophe.
relate.
Well, it plays into my theory. Like maybe this is really, I don't mean to stereotype, but I am from the place. Maybe it is a New York thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like this neurotic. I'm trying to think of a pop culture context. Like, is there a character in pop culture that's like a real worrywart? Why can't I think of one?
I know one other person. Well, I know multiple, but I know one that I think you guys would also be familiar with, who I think is probably has some hypochondriac tendencies, and they're from New York, so maybe.
It could be a whole thing. Maybe it's something in the water coming up from the Hudson Valley. I don't know. Kyle, well, Kyle, I mean, you are originally from the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is beholden to that borough, but what do you think? I mean, for hypochondriac in a broad sense.
In a broad sense, my experience is most men and even some women that I deal with tend to be the complete opposite. I am the person pushing like, hey, you might want to, look into that. Or, hey man, if you every time I'm with you, you always talking about this nagging pain or this whatever. And it just seems like you're doing anything. And, I'm from the borough of the era where it's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm fine. Everything's good. I'm okay. Like everyone's okay. Rarely do I get the person like, yo, I am really going through it. Guess what happened, right? Like I don't get that. And I think it's a man thing and it's a New York thing from where I'm from, where it's like people don't openly express that they are going through something physically or what have you. In reference to the question, hypochondriac, for me, it's more so I feel I'm blessed to be very in tune and honest with myself, with my body, right? And I'm like, okay, this seems off. And I'm the proactive dude.
Okay, you're responsible.
I'm like, yeah, we got to see, like the doctors get used to seeing me because I'm like, all right, we got to figure out this is what's going on, yada, yada. And I guess my IT background is I'm a fixer. So let's get this fixed. Let's not procrastinate, right? Because, I've seen examples of when, people really wait too long and something happens. One of the scariest things happened to me was when I got afflicted with Bell's palsy.
Oh, shit.
And I was in Connecticut. It was an outdoor. So a friend sent me to some outdoor concert. And I just felt my face tingling. And I didn't know what was going on. And I knew something was up because I looked over him and he looked at me and he almost gasped. And he was like, are you okay? And I'm like, what? And then I looked in the mirror and I'm like, hey, yo, I saw the droop. And I'm like, what is going on? Boom, hospital now. Boom, they give you a steroid. They told it. He's like, look, it's Bell's palsy. I'm like, well, how did this happen? Like, I'm the how did this happen guy. Right. Like where do we, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. So it was rough. It was brutal. And the recovery was the hardest thing. Shout out to this little Filipino woman. I wish I knew her name in Jersey City. Because I came there, I was depressed. I had to take off work for about, I was out of work for a while. I was on workman's comp 6 months to a year. It was a while. I remember that year because I could see the photos on my Facebook. And it pains me because I was like, I could see it, and I didn't want to go out. I didn't want anyone to see me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go out. I shut down. But basically during that period, it was all recovery. And this woman, she had like, it was almost like a massage table. You go down, you lay down, she put the hot press on your face and she would beat me up. She would like me like doing all these things and getting there. She would say, smile. And then she's like, you're going to hate me, but I want you to recover. And then she said, also, when you go home, chew gum every day, work the muscles to get that evenness and symmetry. Now, if you look really close, some people can say like, you got to look really, like my doctors could see it sometimes if they look really close at me. But most people say, God, I don't see anything. But if I showed you older pictures, right? So again, this comes down to what I always tell people, like, I'm not being a hypochondriac, but the minute I do feel anything off, I pride myself in being quick to get it done because I know the results. I know people who also had Bell's palsy. Unfortunately, to this day, they still have it. It's a very severe, because I felt like I was looking like Two-Face for Batman out here. Like it was spooky for me. It was really bad.
And it just came on out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere. To this day, they said something like, something could happen in the eardrum. So my theory was like, I don't know if it's like a Lyme, a tick, or something affected that in my eardrum that affects that muscle that controls the facial muscles in your ear. That's my theory. I still to this day do not know how that happened. Wow. But thankfully I was able to recover. But to the overall question, not a hypochondriac, but what I will say I'm guilty of, and I think Ben alluded to this. cyberchondriac. When I do get something wrong, I want to be the guy. This is where I do get on the doctor's nerves. I want to be the guy that goes to WebMD, does 4 searches, going to tell him, all right, this is what I think it is, doc. Okay, I had this little thing going on, so I think this is what we need to approach. He's like, oh, hold on. We're going to go through proper testing before we get to this conclusion you think you have, because I'm already in the pocket thinking it's the worst based on Google searches and internet foolishness, right? So I am guilty of that sometimes. And I can tell my doctors like me because they know I'm very meticulous about my body. Yeah. And then I'm going to get stuff done. But I can also annoy them because I'm fighting with them with my web science, thinking I know what I'm talking about. And they like, relax, fam. You ain't had a heart attack or whatever you thought you had. Right. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that.
That's got to be frustrating for doctors because they're like, let me be the professional. Really, WebMD and stuff like that has ushered in a whole new age for hypochondria that I'm not sure if it helps or hurts. Yeah. I guess it depends when you research, if you see what you want to see.
Yes.
And you're comforted, or if if it's just like, oh, it could be these 10 things and they're all awful. Then it makes it worse.
Absolutely. So then once I get that conversation, then I back that up. All right, this is the professional. Let him do what he has to do. And then the relationship is good. But yeah, that's pretty much my experience. And like I said, I don't know too many, hypochondriacs. So I'm usually the person that's egging people, let's go check this out. Let's see what's going on.
Be proactive.
Yeah.
Mature,
that's what I am. Yeah.
You know what, Kagi, you make a good point too, because I say New York. And you're raising a good point too, though, where it's like New York, you think street tough, tough as nails, this whole thing. And I'm thinking of like this neurotic Woody Allen type New York cat. Like there's 2 different personalities, but that's a great point, and I do wonder if that's the difference between the city and the suburbs in New York, though. You know what I mean? And maybe my specific surroundings. I grew up with a lot of, black kids. I grew up with a lot of Puerto Rican kids. But it seemed like the neurotic people were always the white people. And it was specifically always the Jewish people and the Italian people. Yeah. It's just that I always argue that the Jewish and Italian are so compatible anyway, like very, very similar. I mean, one goes to church and one goes to a synagogue. I don't even see the difference otherwise. Like there's so many similarities that I think are hilarious. There's a great affinity, but yeah, that hypochondria was definitely, it's not like everybody in my family was like that. I think my grandfather, right? Like the greatest generation, those men were notorious for not going to the doctor, I don't know if it was sometimes a toughness or sometimes just a fear of like, I don't want to, no news is good news type of thing. And like, I'm going to just adopt that policy. But yeah, there were definitely some people in my family that definitely, I think my aunt was one of them who had just had a profound impact on my sensibilities, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
And just being a sensitive person, being alert and just being like, all right. But the ironic thing is I'm not responsible with taking care of that stuff. I'll worry about it though. And I think that's part of me that like I adopt from my grandfather's generation where it's just like, I don't want to know.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'll worry about it.
That's not good, Dig. That's not good because then you let it.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
no, I got to change it. I got to take a page out of your book.
Yeah, man. You gotta find. My thing is better to know the answer, whatever it is. At least you can try to be proactive.
So smart.
2 in my family, 2 cancer, and for various reasons. And it's the men in my family. They're just like. They don't want to know. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They gonna power through. And it's like, come on, fam. So yeah, that's the only thing I'll be a stickler. I'm always gonna watch you on that.
I like it. I need that kind of encouragement. I mean, Helene's like, she's ready to murder me with that anyway. She's like, you gotta be more responsible with health. Not getting any younger here. Spring chicken.
We want you around.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Dust, what about you? I mean, you're a young man. I don't know if you go through this. You're growing up in a different place. Western Pennsylvania is not New York. Hypochondria. I mean, is this something you could relate to?
I'm much more in line with Ben here in that for me personally, I'm always, if something comes up, I have this like theory of like, depending on the severity, it's like, okay, well, wait 2 days. And if it has gotten worse, then maybe think about doing something at that point, but maybe not. But where this really balances out really well is that Holly, I wouldn't say she's full blown mega hypochondriac, but she definitely has those tendencies. I was actually, when this topic came up, I said, Holly, not only am I going to talk about you throwing up and peeing yourself, but this topic has also come across my desk.
Really throwing her under the bus today.
She said the only detail that she wanted me to include was that, and I think this is totally fair, her mom growing up was a nurse. So she always felt like she knew just enough to be dangerous about different ailments, but not enough to fully like diagnose or anything like that. She also volunteered at our hospital for many years when she was a teenager. So she knows a lot of medical stuff, and that can be a blessing and a curse, of course. And her mom is always just a phone call away. But it's good because we balance each other out in that she'll be like, Dustin, you need to get this checked out. You need to go to the doctor or whatever. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. But on the flip side of that, there are times Holly will be like, I think I feel sick. I think my arm hurts for some reason. This is hurting or whatever. I'm like, okay, if it's bad, don't, no questions asked. We can get something checked out. But if it's not that bad, just wait a little bit. And commonly, maybe not every time, but she'll be like, yeah. Then a day later, she's like, you're right. I don't feel anything now. I'm completely fine. I'm like, okay, well, that's, I don't want to sound like I'm the husband that's like, we ain't ever taking you to the doctor. I ain't paying for that shit. It's not,
you gonna be that dad.
It's not like that. But there, when it comes to someone who has that tendency, there does need to be like a stabilizer. It's like, okay, think for, I know, and this is something that's a lot. It's like, how much are you feeling about this or this worry? Is how much of it is emotional and how much is it logical? And you can't change how you feel emotionally or being worried about something, but just take a second and think about this. It's like, this more than likely is not a big deal. And even if it is a big deal or ends up being a big deal in this instance, it's okay to wait a minute and figure things out. So it's good. It's a good relationship we have. We can check each other in either our laziness or our being too proactive on certain things. But yeah, I feel bad for the people that have it majorly, because I'm sure that they don't want to feel that way and constantly, and Dagan, what you're mentioning, like you don't want to feel like you're going to have a heart attack at any moment. You want to be able to logically think about it, but your brain doesn't always let you feel the things that you want to feel. You just have to feel certain things. So I don't know, Dig, do you feel like, do you have a system, or I just some thought process where it's like when you start to get worried that you're like, Dagan, calm down. There's no actual, like the signs aren't there. Like, are you able to calm yourself or talk yourself out, even if it's temporarily?
Yes, I definitely have a practice that I've perfected of different, ways and strategies of calming myself down whenever I start to worry or get anxious or I feel a panic attack coming on, which is not a common thing, but it happens to me occasionally. Because I'm used to it. You know what I mean? I've been steeped in that sort of worrying for so long. And there's also this thing of knowing in my heart of hearts that it's completely unreasonable. You know what it's like? It's like you sit down and you watch Halloween and then you go to bed and you're afraid of Michael Myers, but you wouldn't even thought of Michael Myers if you didn't watch Halloween. Sure. Right. So it's like, I wouldn't even have had this. Like if I didn't see that woman have a heart attack, I wouldn't even be thinking of this. And that in the back of your head, but you're still, that idea planted itself in there. It's the same thing. And that's the frustrating part is, it's unreasonable. And it's not like I'm worrying myself to death. I can't eat, I can't sleep, but it's enough to be a thorn in my side. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, now, every time I'm out of breath, am I having a heart attack? You know what I mean? Because I saw this woman, which is kind of a traumatic thing to see. You know what I mean? I also don't know how it played out with her, which bothers me a little bit. I always wanted to see her on the platform again. I never did.
Point. Yeah, that's a good point.
And maybe she was home resting. Who knows? I don't know what ever became of that. But seeing somebody in trouble like that, I've seen other people the way when I thought about it, I've seen other people have heart attacks. I've seen it a few times in my adult life, but seeing that back to back, I mean, it was probably back to back weeks, mornings, maybe 4 or 5 days apart. It was just like, oh man. And the other thing, the other takeaway was just the commute in general, which I was perfectly fine with. I thought it was pleasant. It was nice to be in a routine and have a schedule and have a job that was tough, but I couldn't take home with me. You know what I mean? Like it felt there was like a normalization going on because, being a freelance animator is anything but normal. But it put me back in that, seeing center stage what the rat race looks like and people running themselves ragged. You know what I mean? Commuting on the train, they're running for the job. They got a meeting at 9:30. They got to get up to the 40th floor. Like, how hard people work. And, probably this, maybe I don't want to read into it too much. I don't know this lady, but you know what I mean? That type of thing of like, isn't it sad? We can't even take care of ourselves. We got to get to the job. We got to pay the bill, that type of thing. Seeing that in back-to-back weeks is like, it kind of doesn't surprise you. You're in a big city, a lot of people running around, going to see it, and it was like one of those things. It was one of those experiences like, oh man, it makes you stop and think, it's like, oh man, this poor lady.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good question, Dustin. That's the thing is like, I know doesn't really make sense. And I think most hypochondriacs, if you ask them, they would say that it's like, it's like, whatever the ailment that you're worrying about then is like flavor of the month thing. It's like, oh, last month it was something different. Now I'm worried about this thing. Next month, I'm going to worry about this thing that I find out about on some 60 Minutes doc or on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it defies reason. But it's just always been part of who I am. And what's funny? I don't know if my parents have it. My dad certainly doesn't. He's like one of the most stoic dudes with that kind of stuff. My mom might have it a little bit, but my mom's a nice combination of me and Cog because she'll worry about something, but then she'll be, proactive. She'll have the maturity and responsibility to say, all right, I need to do something about this, and she may over worry or catastrophize something that's minor, but she does, she puts in the legwork to check in on it, but yeah, I was certainly kind of surrounded with that when I was a kid, almost to like, Woody Allen is a good context because it was almost entertainment in a way. Like that's what people talked about. It's one of the things they talked about, Did you hear about Joan up the street? And it didn't have to be like a quadruple bypass. It could have been something like, something ridiculous. She's got a wart on her, she's got a wart on her nose or something. It was just like in this gossipy context of like, it was almost like talking about the neighbor's son who's a drug addict. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of trading the neighborhood news and gossip, but you're being entertained by it. It was just part of the landscape. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah. All right. I'm the only neurotic one guy. This is not the first topic.
I didn't say you were the only neurotic
to have
one.
Somebody to relate to it. Everybody's like, you're a crazy person.
This is Dagan's thing.
Which is the risk I ran when I did this topic. I was like, it could come out where you're the crazy person.
You're in touch with yourself. I mean, this first step is admission. You're in touch with it, right? You know what
non-denial.
Right. Yeah. The
that's one thing. You got to give me that. I know I'm out of my mind. I know. I'll be the first to admit it. But listen, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. And listen, that does it today as we head out of this pod and into the weekend. I got to say, that's our time. It's nice to be back in the fold, you guys. Nice to shake off a little bit of the rust. Thanks for putting up with me. Always have fun. I don't realize I miss it until I'm back doing it. I'll say that. I don't know if you guys can relate to that. I'm like, oh, it's kind of nice not having the responsibility of doing the 4-hour show. Then when I'm back in it, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, this is fun. This is why I like this is why I like doing this. Let me go around the horn. Cog, I'm going to start with you. To send you into the weekend with my blessing for fun and leisure. What's going on?
Yeah, not about much, but just looking forward to the weekend, man. Some big plans and, still a couple more meetings and things I got to do. But I am looking forward to finally getting some more downtime for self time. So I'm excited for self time. I've been doing everything for everybody else. Just got to get through a couple more hoops and then it'll be time for self. But yeah, ready to set the weekend off. Stelly, always fun. Gotta give me a Stelly shirt. I'm jealous of Dustin's shirt.
Yeah, I went a little meta with the Stelly shirt on Stelly, but
I love it.
Why not?
Yeah, I kind of like that, man. I'm about to get one of those, man. It's a vibe. But yeah, Dave, it's always good talking to you. And Ben, it's been a minute. Like since I don't think we've done Stelly together. I think this is our first.
Oh, is that right?
Stelly together. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Might
Ben.
be.
Yeah,
we'll have to ask James. He'd know.
Yeah. So yeah, this was a good group, man. I love the topics, and thanks again, Dave, for in the invite, and looking forward to the weekend. I hope everybody has a good weekend too.
I gotta say, I love bringing the different people together, and I like that that's still happening. I know I always say that, but the show's still new enough where different combinations are still occurring, and that's neat. Super, super cool. I love it. We'll saying goodbye to Ben. What's going on this weekend, my friend? First of all, thanks for doing the show. I always love talking with you.
Of course.
What's happening?
Well, tomorrow I think Dustin and I are going to a toy show, our local toy show, which we're not really going for toys, although maybe there'll be some toys we're interested
That's fun.
in. A lot of times they have retro games and stuff there. And then I have a lot of stuff like I gotta run to the store for something. I gotta take an Amazon return somewhere. I got like things going on, but nothing like super big or time consuming. So kind of not a light weekend, but definitely not a busy one either.
Yeah, it sounds like a nice balance.
Yeah.
Kind of chill, but definitely have some plan. The toy show sounds fun. I don't know if I've ever been to a toy show before.
It's cool. They have a lot of they got a lot of stuff, period. Like people have, but there's honestly, I like them as much for the history aspect as anything else. Because like I don't need to have like old Transformers. That's fine. They're cool, but like I like to see them. I like to see all the old kits and the big buildings, and maybe I'll get to see that the old Ghostbusters toy set I played with at my friend's house when I was a kid. I don't want it. I don't need it at my house, but I think it's cool that they're in the wild sometimes. They're like $2,000 usually, but they're still cool to look at.
The prices are unbelievable. Yeah, but it's preserving that history.
Yeah.
Of our...
And honestly, like I'll go to retro shows, we go a couple a year and for games, and I'm like, maybe there's something I'm looking for, but honestly, I find as much enjoyment just out of looking at old stuff, hanging out with my buddies, and people watching as I do actually buying things. So
yeah, that's a great way of looking at it. I would enjoy it. I think the only risk I would run going to a retro toy show is I would spend money.
Yeah.
In the face when I'm trying to purge too, which is bad timing.
Yeah. Yeah.
The least thing I need is more stuff. But yeah, if you could just go with the discipline of saying, I'm just going to enjoy looking at this stuff, maybe seeing something I haven't seen in a long time or finding something new, Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Now, Dust, I send you off, my friend. I may not see you again on a pod for a little while. When you come back to Constellation, it's going to kind of be an event.
Yeah.
We're looking at weeks.
Yeah, it certainly could be. That's what I was thinking, like, what am I doing this weekend? Well, I'm like, I have my plans, but I mean, there certainly could be, what am I doing? Helping my wife give birth. That could be on the docket. No one knows at this point. Probably not, but certainly possible. But yeah, excited to go to the toy show with the boys because we always get lunch afterwards. It's a nice little time to hang out. Saturday, I was talking about this on Sacred, but there's a Donald Trump rally here in Butler at the farm show, and it's gonna be chaos here. Just a few miles away, and there's construction on the roads all around it.
Oh wow!
It is gonna be a madhouse.
Wow.
So I'm just like, I'm good. We're avoiding that part of town, just because it is gonna be chaos. And what's funny too, I went to Target last night, and as we were driving like closer to the area where it's going to be, people have these pop-up shops for Trump merch.
Yeah.
Really?
And Holly told me she went out and hang out with her mom this morning. She drove by one. She's like, I saw a giant flag that was like the Terminator, so Arnold, but it had Donald Trump's head like imposed on his body. And I'm guessing, she didn't say this, but I'm guessing it said, I'll be back on it. Like, certainly that's the play. I don't know about all that, but people are here. There's an opportunity. I guess go for it. But so yeah, it's going to be a crazy weekend here in little old Butler once again. But I'll just be trying to buy some toys on Saturday or some retro video games. That's my deal that day.
That sounds like a lot more fun.
Yeah. Certainly.
You gotta give Donald Trump credit for trying in Pennsylvania, I guess, but is he spinning his wheels? Because Eastern Pennsylvania is not going to vote for Donald Trump, right? Philadelphia is not going to vote for Donald Trump. And most people are here. So should he put his efforts elsewhere? I'm not sure. And I'm not saying it. I'm not coming down on one political side or other. Do you? Just
He's
saying,
got Western Pennsylvania tied up, but yeah.
Pennsylvania, where you want to spend your resources when Philadelphia is here.
Dude, Dustin, last time Trump was in town, he was like 10 minutes from us. Before the last, during
that was 2020.
During the last election cycle, yeah. I was the mayor at the time, and I had an invite to go, and they were like, "You'll be able to meet the president, yada yada." And I'm like,
hilarious.
Whether you like Trump or not, whatever. It's
That'd
cool
be
to meet
hilarious.
a city president.
Yeah,
I would meet any city president if I had the chance. But it was trick or treat night, and I was like, "No, I'm taking my kids trick or treating." Sorry, president.
Good decision.
Like, yeah, it was the call I wanted to make anyway. But
trick or treat now.
Yeah, I got a lot of flack for that, by the way. They did not like me. The people, the inviting people, were like very critical of me, and I was like, "Sorry."
Oh, because you turned it down?
Yeah, I was like, I only got so many chances to trick or treat with my kids. I'm taking them.
Based move. 100%.
Are you seeing these lessons, these fatherhood lessons now, Dust? You get to witness these things.
Yeah.
Let them be instilled. Just a bit of house cleaning. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. As always, LastStandMedia.store has the merch. I predict Micah and Ben are finally going to let me design some merch in 2025. 24?
Sure.
2024, he said. He just mouthed 4, I think.
I did? I said sure.
All right, sports fans. For Ben, Cog, and Papa Dustin, I'm Dagan Dagster Moriarty saying thanks for joining us today. We appreciate you, and we'll see you again next week. Most of us. Love you. Goodbye.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.